Ugh. Okay. Hello. Hello. What flavor today? This is Local Monster. This is the one that I used to say that I looked like back when I had blue hair. Goes to pee, immediately begins drinking again. Sorry, Mom. That's something that my mom complains about. She's always like, why the hell should I drink so much water? Why should I drink water if I'm just gonna go and pee again? I'm like, what the fuck, dude? What do you mean? Drink your fucking water. Gotta keep those kidneys movies. Listen. I drink a lot of water because I eat like shit. So something will come out of it, I'm sure. Life is that's literally how my mom thinks. She was talking to me about this the other day. She was like, why the hell? Everybody tells me to drink water, but I don't want to. And I'm like, well, fuck, I guess there's nothing to be done. Anyway, hi everybody. It's me. Addison. Wait, somebody followed earlier. Hold on. Hectic Cult. Thanks for the fucking follow, dude. Let me go into extensions and fucking deactivate this fucking Disco Elysium thing. Oh my god. Why is Pet on? Hold on. VTS React isn't hooked up. I knew I was forgetting something. Let me fix that. Okay, that should be better. Anyway. I may be lost in a Danish field with my friends right now. Might not make it. I'll leave my view, but I only have 26%. Godspeed. Godspeed, my man. I don't know what you're doing in a Danish field, but I just hope that you stay safe there and don't die. That would be very inconvenient. Ugh. Dude, this fucking cigarette is killing me, man. Objective survive. What is going on? Why am I doing that? Hold on. Sounds like bro got isekai'd. Isekai is one of the worst anime genres. I'm just kidding. I don't have an opinion on that. Nah, it's not working. I was about to throw down. Dude, I don't know anybody that has strong opinions on anything. Me and my friends, we all sit in a circle and photosynthesize near each other. All right, the cigarette era is over. I don't feel like struggling with this thing anymore. Do you guys hear this? That's my me merch. That's my merch of me on hanging off of my microphone. I got my me merch. So my mini me is hanging off of my microphone. Cause it's a really big fucking keychain. It's like the size of the middle of my palm, I guess. I don't know. They said it will be shipped soon. Glad I updated my address on time. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, dude. I was gonna use my desk mat as a desk mat, but I think that I'm just gonna put it above my workstation here, like up there. Is Def a backpack chain and not a keychain? Yeah, I think the Avery is a better keychain. But the Me is a good backpack chain. But yeah, I was gonna put the desk mat on my desk, but I'm like super fucking messy. So I don't know. I think that I probably will just frame it and put it above my workstation. Boss makes it Zola, I make it Dime. That's why I watch anime girls on company time. Sorry. That was my ice. I got my merch today. Hell yeah, man. I hope that you're fucking pumped. I'm fucking pumped. The poster is really sick. Hell yeah. I'm glad that you think so. I'm gonna be real. I cannot remember what I did this entire week. All I did was work, sleep, and draw. So how's your week's been? How has your week been? I gotta burp. Hold on. I gotta drink this shit slower, dude. Ugh. I bet you could do a good impression of Marisa Tomei and My Cousin Vinny. I haven't seen My Cousin Vinny in so long. I remember back in high school, we watched after that. Did you guys ever do like AP exams? Were you guys ever in fucking in those AP classrooms? Because I was in a lot of them, and in my AP Human Geo class, I remember at a certain point after the AP test was passed, like we're all done with that fucking AP test. We watched My Cousin Vinny, and then we also watched, I think, My Big Fat Greek Wedding or something like that. I also forgot what I did this week. Also, I'm on spring break. Nintendo Direct help. I mean, I'm not too psyched. I'm not too psyched about the cost of the Nintendo Switch 2. How much did they say it was? It's going to be like $500 if you get the Mario Kart version. And everybody and their fucking mother is going to be playing Mario Kart. Every fucking bitch and their fucking mom is going to be playing Mario Kart. But I cannot fucking justify $500. I can't even justify $80 on a video game purchase. Like, there is no world where I'm going to, with digital Mario Kart World, you don't even fucking own it. You don't even fucking own it, dude. You don't even fucking own it. They gave you a digital version. Ugh, I hate it. 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 $1 Nintendillion, literally. Shit makes me so fucking mad. I barely even use my Nintendo Switch as is, honestly. I have one, and I've considered doing like streams with it, but I just fucking hate playing it because I don't like the tiny little fucking controllers. And I know you can get like a professional controller or whatever, and I have one, or I don't have a professional controller, but I have that like I have that like fucking, oh my god. I have that fucking thing where you can slide your Joy-Cons in and you can hold it like a regular game controller. But I just don't fucking use it. I don't even know if it still works. Huh. I don't even know if it still works. You survived the Danish field? Welcome. Congratulations. There's a Bloodborne 2? I didn't hear anybody talking about Bloodborne 2. Or are you joking? Hold on, where's my backpack? Where's my backpack with the Nintendo Switch in it? Hold on. I think it's in my closet. It's not called Bloodborne 2, but it's a spiritual successor. I see. the fuck happened here? Whatever. Now, which one of these various items in here is my Nintendo Switch? Ooh, is this it? Excellent. That's my Nintendo Switch. It's not a spiritual successor. You guys are giving me mixed signals. Fortunately, I don't really care because I don't play Bloodborne. Okay. Put this shit away. Okay. Now, I'm going to charge my Switch, and we will see if it charges. And if it does, awesome. That means I can make an extra $300. I don't fucking want it. Nintendo, switch up your attitude. I know somebody who works at Nintendo, which I know that's a very my dad works at Nintendo thing to do or thing to say, but I do. And sometimes she will give me a Mario plushie. Ugh. For real, are you japering up? Japering? No, I know somebody who works at Nintendo for real. It's not my uncle. It's not my uncle. They're not related to me in any manner. Can you ask them if Mario 65 is real? No. Are you japing? Are you /japing or /severe? Dude, I'm so severe right now. I'm terminal. I'm so fucking severe right now. I might as well be dead. What the fuck did I do? Oh, right. Some random man asked me at the clinic, at my job. He asked me if I wanted to go to a fucking Papa Roach concert with him. And I'm like, why the fuck would I want to go to a Papa Roach concert with a 45-year-old man that I don't know? What? He asked me to go like in front of his wife. And he wasn't like, when I was talking to my mom about this later, she was like, well, maybe he just meant to give the tickets to you. And I'm like, no, he would have said that. He didn't say, do you want my tickets? He said, do you want to go? I'm like, what the fuck? Bro thought he had a shot with the alternative baddie. I'm not a baddie, but I am alt. And last time he was in, he was talking. Oh my God, that was the motherfucker that I wore. I was wearing like a Bowling for Soup shirt, and he was like, "What the fuck do you know about Bowling for Soup?" And I'm like, "I've been listening to their music since I was in the 3rd grade. You bitch." It's not what I said, obviously, because I was at work. But I was like, I've been listening to I've been listening to their fucking music since I was in the 3rd grade. Name 5 songs. You seem like you would like Papa Roach. I don't. I fucking hate Papa Roach. I really fucking hate Papa Roach. I blocked them out of my brain for the longest time that I could not remember which song is the song that everybody knows for them. And then I told one of my coworkers and they were like, oh, Papa Roach, like Last Resort Papa Roach. And I'm like, Last fucking Resort. That's what it was. And all I could think of was System of a Down. I kept thinking of System of a Down. And I'm like, I actually like System of a Down, but I can't remember what Last Resort even sounds like. Cut my life into pieces. This is my last resort. Suffocation. I just hate it. I hate it. It's so stupid. I hate it. I'm sorry. I hate it. It sucks. Why would you bowl for soup? Because it's fun. We can't be friends? Damn. I always wanted to have a friend that had the Gone Bananas badge on Twitch. Anyway. Doodle Dude Wive. Hey man, thanks for the subscribe with Prime. I appreciate that. I always love getting Jeff Bezos' money sent directly to my doorstep. Not exactly what happened, but you know, we can think about it. We can think. Ahoy hoy, hope you're doing well today. I am indeed. I am indeed. I'm having a good day. I took a nap before the stream, which felt great. You know that we did there, like I remember a long time ago I read that NASA said, or NASA or some other fucking thing said that if you have a 45-minute nap, that is like the perfect power nap. And I had an exactly 45-minute nap and I feel great. I'm partial to coffee and a 20-minute nap. I had an almost 45-minute nap on a train like 2 hours ago. I can't fucking nap on trains. I can't nap on public transportation in general. You're just mad you don't have a Gone Bananas badge? That is exactly what I said, QL. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't be her. I can't sleep on public transportation. I feel like I'm gonna wake up and somebody's gonna be touching me. I feel like somebody's gonna be wiggling their little fingers in my areas. It's because she's not excited for the new DK game. No bananas for Atlas. It's true. Thanks to the military, I can sleep anywhere. That's awesome. My brother asked me the other day, he was like, do you think I should join the military? And I point blank said, no. And then I left. I left the house because I had to go to 7-Eleven. Pleep. Serve crack before you serve this country. My brother's in that stage where he has absolutely no idea where he wants to be. So the only thing he knows how to be is mean. So I'm just like, no. He's going to join out of spite. So true. I don't think that he is actually, because my brother only eats chicken nuggets and cookies. And you never left that stage? I'm mean to the people that deserve it. If I'm mean to you, it's because you deserve it. He'll be a Marine then? I don't think he's going to be anything. I think that he's going to be a wagey for a little while, and then he is going to go to college and get a degree in something. I didn't continue my Black Mirror rewatch. I wish that I did. Maybe I'll do that tonight and then make some popcorn or something. But mostly what I've been watching for the past couple of days has been documentaries. Because I watched one indie horror film like Sunday, I think. So why I always mean to chat? Because chat deserves it. I watched one indie horror film last week, I think on Sunday, I think. And then yesterday, which one? It says it's called They Look Like People. It wasn't. I liked some parts of it, but I feel like I don't know, man. I feel like They Look Like People is a movie where like the main character is like schizophrenic and you can't really tell if he is scared or if there is an actual threat or if he's just schizophrenic. Did They Look Like People? Yes. And it also kind of just ends sort of weird, but the main two characters are like really, like you can tell that the actors, if they're not friends, then it's crazy, but you can tell that the actors are friends. Because like whenever the two main characters are just hanging out together, they're so like, they're having fun and they look like they're having fun. And it's a very like realistic depiction of how I would hang out with my friends, you know, or how most people around my age would hang out with their friends. It was just the horror. Some of the horror aspects were just like, okay. And I don't like movies that are super unclear about that kind of thing. Are you watching the Devil May Cry anime on Netflix? I haven't watched an anime in several years. I know that I should change that, but I am stubborn. Unclear about what? It's unclear about whether or not there is an actual threat or if the only threat is that the guy is schizophrenic. Because the main character of They Look Like People, he gets like phone calls in the middle of the night that are warning him that there is like an alien takeover or demon takeover. I don't know exactly. It's one of those. And he like talks to this chick and she is like his friend's like love interest, and he gets a call where he hears her on the other line, but when he talks to her, she has no idea what he's talking about. And because of plot reasons, he gets injured, and so she takes him to her house. And there's like a short moment where like her eyes roll back and her smile goes like super, 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 super wide. And and then it like hard cuts to like back at his apartment, and it like implies that he killed her, but not really. But we don't know. And he tells his friend, like his friend thinks that he's crazy, but is like, you know what, whatever, I'm ride or die with you right now, man. And so he just kind of like he just goes along with it. And like, he thinks that his bestie is possessed. So he's like, I think that you're possessed, so can I tie you up and shit? And the bestie's like, sure, I guess. And they have like fun buddy times while he gets tied up. And then like he thinks that his best friend is starting to change into a monster, and the neck gets all long and there's a bunch of crackly and like weird little noises. And so he goes to like kill his friend, and then he stops, and then he realizes that he's hallucinating, and so he realizes he's hallucinating, and then he unties his friend, and then they hug, and then the movie ends. So I don't really know what the horror aspect was going for. I felt like it kind of just ended on a little fart rather than a little like a bang. But I like the main two characters. They were cute. I love a movie about two boys having fun. I always love watching two dudes just duding it out, because it's always a fun time, especially when you can tell that the director and the actors are friends. But that one was just a bit strange because it just didn't really feel like much. And then after that, all I watched was documentaries. I watched Pervert Park, I watched The Imposter, I watched Tell Me Who I Am, I watched The Contestant, and I watched Tell Them That You Love Me. What kind of art are you arting today? I don't know. I'm just gonna draw. In a broing out way or in a fujoshing out way, both. But these guys definitely were like, you know, like there was something there, you know. I was like, I can smell you, you know. But I like it. I like either if they're just friends or if they're like, if I like in my head I'm like they're kissing and shit. But yeah, I don't know what it is. I just didn't feel like doing like fictional stuff this week. So what was Pervert Park was a really interesting documentary. There's like apparently a park in Florida where sex offenders live. And that's the documentary. There's not really like a storyline to it either. It's just a bunch of people who got in trouble for sex crimes being like, I got in trouble for this sex crime, and it just gets like worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. And then it ends, and you're like, okay, 3 stars. I thought it was interesting because I think it's interesting to hear about people that I dislike, well, not even dislike, but hate on principle. And it's interesting to see how different people react to the same situation. Because some people, I mean, pretty much everybody in this documentary had something really fucking wrong happen to them, except for like this one dude at the beginning who did something terrible just because a woman rejected him. That one was interesting. I also watched The Imposter, which is about this. I don't know if you guys have heard about this. And this is one of those documentaries that it's nice to go blind into, but I've already heard about the case before. And if you don't care about me talking about movies, unfortunately, this is what I'm going to be doing for like at least 20 more minutes. So, sorry. So The Imposter is, it's a documentary about this kid that goes missing, and his name is Nicholas Barclay. And he went out to play basketball with his friends, and he went out to play basketball with his friends, and he called his parents to pick him up again, and they decided not to, or they said that they weren't going to, because I don't know why. Okay, thanks for the applause. And after that he went missing, and they don't hear anything from him for like several, I think it was like 2 or 3 years or something. And then they get a call and they find out that he's in fucking what's this thing called? He's in Spain. Hold on. I can tell you're acting your heart out. But yeah, he pops back up in Spain, and he like, oh God, it's such a strange thing. He turns out to be obviously an imposter. Nicholas is like, at the time that he went missing, he was 13. And so like the oldest that he could have been was 16, but this guy was 23. Nicholas was a American boy with blonde hair and blue eyes. And this guy was a French man who didn't know English that well, spoke with a crazy French accent, and he had dark hair and brown eyes. And he did it so he could get a passport to the United States. And once he realized, because he was like just trying to find somebody to impersonate, once he realized that Nicholas was a blonde hair, blue eyed guy, he's like, oh my God, I'm gonna get fucking found out. And the sister goes over to Spain to pick up oh my God, she's so fucking funny. At one point they tell they get the call that their son is in Spain, and the sister goes, Spain? Isn't that across the country? And they live in fucking Texas. They also say something like a Spanish city or something. They say that he's in one of the Spanish cities, and the sister's like, "Oh, where is that in Texas?" Like, bitch, you're so stupid. When she goes to Spain, she's like, it was really cool. They had Coke there. And like she meant Coca-Cola. Like they stopped at a gas station and she was really impressed because she got Coca-Cola in Spain. I'm like, what the fuck? Considering that, does he get away with it? Well, so the sister goes to Spain to pick up the brother, supposedly, the fake brother. And he's like, she's going to figure it out the second that she sees me. But the second that she sees him, she's hugging him. She's patting him. She's like giving him like little kisses on the head and shit, tapping his nose, being like, I'd remember that nose everywhere, anywhere. And like he's all covered up, you know, he's got like glasses on and like a scarf on and a hat on. But she's still like, I'd recognize that guy anywhere. And like, for whatever reason, she's like totally down to be like, yep, this is my brother. And the government of Spain and the government of the US, I think, are both like, okay, are we sure? And in order to like confirm, I guess, that it's him, they give him like 5 pictures of that only Nicholas, well, not only Nicholas, but 5 pictures from Nicholas's like family photo album. And they tell him like to contextualize all of them. Like, what is this from? What is this from? What's going on here? Who's this? And he gets them all except one right, because the sister like showed him a scrapbook of all of their stuff. And he says later it felt like she was kind of like coaching him, you know? But anyway, because he gets 4 of the 5 right, C Sua, thanks so much for the follow. Because he gets 4 of the 5 right, they're like, the family's like, yep, that's our kid, and they take him home. They take him home. Was this Spanish motherfucker getting Shanghai but to America? That's the funniest thing. He wasn't even Spanish. He is French. He is a French man. He is a French man, a French con man, and for whatever reason, they just were like, yeah, okay, and they brought him in. They brought him in. They took him in. They're like, yep, that's Nicholas, but it is not Nicholas at all, because Nicholas, like I said, blonde hair, blue eyes, and did not have an accent. He was a kid from Texas. He would not have a French accent. The guy could not speak without a French accent, which is not. I too would like to not be French if I were French. But the French guy is actually in the documentary. Like the dude that did all of this, he's in the documentary, and he. You know, props to him. He is great at storytelling, because I was fucking hooked. When I realized that I had already heard of this case, I was like, oh, fuck, whatever. But I was fucking hooked by the way that he spoke. I don't know what it was. He was just a very interesting, like, he was a very well-spoken person. And I was so interesting. I was so interested. Dude was the narrator in the documentary. Yeah. So it would jump between him and the family, and he was so he said that he was weirded out because the fucking family, like, it was very obvious that he wasn't Nicholas, but the family just kind of, they were like, yeah, okay. And obviously he gets found out eventually, but like at some point the FBI talked to him and they're like, what happened to you, Nicholas? And Nicholas, quote unquote, is like, well, they did. I was in a fucking sex slave ring where they put solution in my eyes to make them change color and all that other shit. And he just like, apparently he didn't really like talking about it, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, it's just this like absolute bullshit story that somebody put shit in his eyes to make them brown. And after a while, he at some point in the doc, he's like, I think that they killed him. Like, he thinks that the family killed him, which is why they were so on board to let this random French guy in their house. And like, they show him on TV, like he does TV interviews and shit too. And like, it's very clearly not a 16-year-old boy. It's very clearly a man in his 20s. But the way that he gets found out is that a private investigator is sent to try and talk to him by a media company. And he realizes while he's watching an interview that he's like, this is not this random white kid from Texas. This is a Frenchman or this random American kid from Texas. This is a Frenchman. And he could be like some kind of terrorist or something. Because the PI was like super, super Southern. And so he took a picture of the imposter's like ears, and then he compared it with Nicholas's ears, and he realized that their ears are completely different. And so is like everything else about them. But like, according to him, like ears are like fingerprints, you know, it's like all of them are just about different. And at one point he asks quote unquote Nicholas to meet him for like to talk to him. And he's like, you know, your mom is really upset at you. And the quote unquote Nicholas goes, you know, she's not my mom, and you damn well know it. What documentary is this? This is The Imposter. I think it's on what was it on? It's on Peacock and Tubi. I watched it on Tubi. Every point of this story is wild. It really fucking is. But he thinks genuinely that they killed Nicholas, and that's why they are so they were so on board to just kind of accept that this random guy is their kid. And the PI also thinks this, and the last shot is really stupid. The last shot of the documentary is really stupid because it's just like the PI looking down into the backyard of the old like where Nicholas used to live before he was taken and before his family moved. He just looks down into the like this big pit that this big empty pit because he thinks that they buried him in the backyard, and he's not there. And then the French guy got arrested, and I don't remember what happened. I think that he was in jail or got deported or something for like 3 years. And then from his jail cell, because there was a payphone in his jail cell, he would call random families with missing children and say that he found their children or that he knew where their children was or something like that. And people are like, why are you fucking doing that? And he's like, I don't know. I just want to give him some hope. And then after he gets out of jail, he goes on to impersonate 2 other missing children. And I'm like, man, this guy's got something fucking wrong with him. But now he's like a 50-year-old man, and now he can't pass off as a teenager. He couldn't pass off as a teenager previously either, but it's a very interesting documentary. I suggest if you have like some time, if you're like cleaning the house or something, you put it on, because as much as that motherfucker is like a motherfucker, what is his name? Frederick Bourdin or something like that. As much as that motherfucker is a motherfucker, he is such a good storyteller. Like I enjoyed hearing him talk about what was going on, especially because he is the fucking culprit, you know? So I thought that was really interesting, especially since like when a documentary includes the perpetrator of whatever crime it's, you know, whatever it's talking about. MC Rar, thanks for the follow. Love that username. Nicholas was never found. No, Nicholas is still missing. Nicholas went missing in 1994, so probably he is no longer alive. Hi, thanks. What did I watch after that? I watched Tell Me Who I Am, which is a documentary on Netflix. Tell Me Who I Am is a documentary on Netflix about 2 twins, and one of them loses their memory. That's a really sad one. That one was really, really sad. That one was really, really sad. And then I watched The Contestant, which is about the dude from Japan who was on a show where he had to survive off of like prize winnings from magazines. My goodness, what a terrible fucking situation to be in. Yeah, I knew that. I didn't know that they made him do it twice. So like they stuck this guy in a room and they told him that he needs to get prizes that total up to 1 million yen. And it took him like I think it took him 11 months. And after the 11 months, they took him back and they put a blindfold on him. They gave him a suit and they took him to Korea and they gave him like a BBQ, like a all you can eat buffet. And he was allowed to eat as much as he wanted, and then he was taken to like an amusement park or something and given a bunch of rides. And he was allowed to sightsee and shit, I guess. And then they put him in another fucking room in Korea, and they said, "Okay, now you got to do the same thing, but in Korea." And at one point, he made the goal that he needed to make in Korea in like a couple of weeks, but they made his goal like more expensive without telling him. And it's like so fucking bad. And like initially they were like, okay, he needs to make the price of a plane ticket back home. And then he made it too fast. So they're like, okay, now he has to make the price of a first class plane ticket back home. And then they didn't even put him on a fucking plane. They took him back by boat. What even was the prize? Nothing. There was no prize. There was no prize. They gave him a diary, to write his shit in, and they sold it as a book without telling him. And they didn't tell him that it was live. They said that it was. They told him that it wasn't going to be broadcast. It was a get famous through exposure thing. What did he do to deserve it? He was in a room that was like, it was selected randomly. So like it was like a bingo or what's this thing called? It was like a bingo or some kind of like lottery, a raffle. There we go. I couldn't fucking think of the word. And then like after the Korean one, they blindfolded him again, and then they took him to another like room, and he was like, oh shit, I gotta do this shit again. And that is when his challenge ended. And they like, because it was like a fake room, and the walls fell down, and it turned out that he was like on live TV in front of a studio audience of a bunch of people. And he like, because every time he was naked, he had already stripped and everything. And like the house fell away, and everybody was there clapping and celebrating and all of this other shit. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? This is so fucking weird. It's so fucking weird. So fucking strange. It was really creepy. And it was sad too, because everybody was making fun of him because he had like a long face or something. He had like his face was like a little bit longer than I guess what was normal. So they called him Nasubi, which means eggplant. And then because Nasubi means eggplant, they started censoring his junk on the live stream and on the broadcast with an eggplant emoji. I'm like, man, that shit sucks. That shit sucks ass. Oh my God, leave him alone. And then he climbed Mount Everest. That was also in the documentary. He also climbed Mount Everest a couple of years later. I'm sorry, what? So like, I think that there was like a lot of, there were a lot of earthquakes going on in Japan at the time. I don't remember which one it was, but Fukushima, which is where he was from, was going through a lot, and so he attempted to climb Mount Everest a couple of times before he finally succeeded on like the fourth or fifth expedition. And he did that to like celebrate or to like raise awareness and celebrate where he's from and all that shit. And I'm like, that's cool, man. You'd think after all that he would just want to live in peace. He said that like he tried to get television roles after that, and he didn't. He couldn't, and because it was so long spent in isolation, his social skills were gone. He hadn't practiced any of his comedy, which is what he was really passionate about. So his comedy career was failing. It was like, it wasn't as sad as like some of the other docs that I had watched at the time, but I was like, damn, dude, God, what a guy, mean to him for no reason. Goodness gracious. The producer that forced him into that room, or I guess didn't force him because he could have left at any time, but he didn't want to. You know, it's kind of like a victim effect, I suppose. The producer that tricked him into doing this whole thing financed his final Everest expedition, I think, kind of like as an apology, I suppose. And he said that he still didn't forgive him, or that he still was holding a grudge against him. And I'm like, good. The fucking producer literally calls himself the devil. What a crazy fucking world we live in, man. He just wanted to make people laugh. Well, instead he fucked up a dude. Like, he fucked up a dude real fucking bad. What did I watch after that? Hold on. I know that I forgot one of these. I forgot to log one of them. Oh, after that I watched Tell Them That You Love Me. Tell Them You Love Me, which is about... Oh, man. That one was really crazy. Tell Them You Love Me is about this dude... It's this disabled black dude who he has like, I think it was cerebral palsy, and he has a pretty severe case of it. And his family meets this white lady, this professor, who is a professor of like disability studies or something. And she tells them about facilitated communication or something, which is basically somebody holds up the disabled person's like arm and then helps them to type something out. So like they help them communicate by like, you know, supporting their arm and moving it to where they want to go. And the guy starts, you know, communicating through facilitated communication. And the lady, like, she's married and everything, but she keeps talking to him. She keeps hanging out with him. And they start... It's not Stephen Hawking. This guy is not... This is basically like a keyboard. It's a keyboard that he can type on. That just writes stuff out. Stephen Hawking had way more advanced technology because Stephen Hawking was rich. But this guy, like this fucking white lady is always hanging around this dude. They find out that he's actually this like crazy, articulated scholar, basically. Or that he has like really deep thoughts. Like he's so #deep about all this other stuff. And so that just makes the white lady like latch onto him further. And then she starts getting like weirdly controlling. Like when she's hanging out with the family in like the car or something, she the mom is listening to her gospel music, and the lady is like, no, he doesn't like listening to that. He prefers classical. And then she switches it to classical in the woman's own, like in the mom's car. I'm like, what the fuck? Sounds like The Blind Side. They literally reference The Blind Side. So like she does shit like that, and then like the brother is like, damn, I can't wait till we can like chill on the couch and have a beer. And she's like, well, he said that he doesn't like beer, he likes red wine. And the brother's like, that's weird. Like the brother tells the camera, you know, he's like, that's strange because Derek doesn't even like communion wine. So I don't know why she said that. And you know what? This is another documentary that has the perpetrator talking as well. And so she's talking and you just want to reach through the fucking screen and throttle the shit out of her, because time goes on. She's left alone with him. And they begin a sexual relationship. This married lady and this married white lady and this disabled guy with cerebral palsy that can only communicate with her help, and also she's his professor. And she says that, and like she's like, oh, it was completely consensual. He said this and he said that and he said this. But at the same time, as this is going on, they also prove that facilitated communication, which is what she was using to talk to him, or to get him to talk or get him to communicate, was it was being like debunked. It was being debunked because it's like if you use a Ouija board and your hand just moves or something. Is this a movie? It's a documentary about something that actually happened. The way that facilitated communication works is that it doesn't. It's biased on what the facilitator, the person holding the arm, sees. Because the disabled dude, his name's Derek, Derek's brother and his mom couldn't get the same results as the white lady did. I don't remember her name. Her name's like Anna or something. They couldn't get the same results. Like they couldn't get him to write something out. Like she could. And she basically, like they said in the documentary, she's basically just talking to herself, because she is the one making up all of this like super refined and scholarly taste and whatever the fuck. And they give him a different test with a different professor, and they find out that all of the communication that she said that he could do, he couldn't actually. So he could not consent. It sucks so bad. It sucks so bad. She got sentenced to 12 years. She served 2. She served 2 years. She served 2 years of her 12-year sentence. She's not allowed to. Ah, there we go. Oh, sorry about that. I don't know what that was. What the fuck is going on? My internet still works. There you go. There we go. Anyway, what was I talking about? Oh, right. Yeah, she got 2 years. She heard you talking shit. Meet me in the fucking pit, Anna. Fucking creepy ass white lady with a pixie cut. I was saying that right, the brother of the disabled guy, the brother of the disabled guy, he said that at one point after all of this was happening, he was like changing his brother. He was changing his brother's diaper, and he turned him over and he saw that there were like marks on his back from the mat that the lady had put him down on. So she was like, she was scarring him, like actively scarring his body with how crazy she was going. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Ew. Ugh. What's the documentary? It's Tell Them You Love Me. It's on Netflix. It's on Netflix US. So she was marking him. It was that, like, the way that she did it was that she had him on his back, and whatever she did to him was so violent that it was scratching up his back from the mat. Like, she was moving him back and forth so much that it was scratching him up. And it scarred him. Did she get whatever bogus license she had revoked? Yeah, she had that revoked, and she wasn't reinstated on the Disability Council. And the sucky thing about the documentary is that there's only one disabled person that is being interviewed for the documentary, and she's pretty biased in favor of Anna. But it's I don't know. It was a really crazy watch. It was so crazy. I was like, Jesus Christ, this poor family. Oh, my fucking Switch still works. Nice. Oh, Suika game. Neat. How am I? I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Okay. Let's switch to the art shit. I love talking about movies, man. I really fucking love talking about movies. It is one of my great pleasures in life to come on to stream, especially on Thursdays, and be like, guys, I just watched a movie. I'm going to tell you all about it. I'm going to tell you all about it. Whoa, no. That is the wrong thing. I also need to copy this anyway, so hold on. There we go. Paste. No pretzel. Thanks for the follow. Welcome in. Okay. It's Judge. Ugh. Fuck off, Octo. You don't fucking do this to me. You're such an asshole. I hate your ass. I hate your ass so fucking much. Hold on. I need to check if I have any suspicious drawings in here anywhere. Hold on. Nope. His stream last night was crazy. I didn't watch it. I was too busy watching quality content. What is the deep lore on Octo? Nothing. Bitch, stop lying. Why is there so many fucking layers in this? Oh. This is the same file that I did I was doing the Wait, Atlas, I gotta send you something. I am disinterested in whatever it is you have to send me. I hate your ass. He was reading about the Apple Core he wanted to buy so he could write it up. apple core of all things. Whatever. I don't care. That's the overlay. Do you guys want it with or without the overlay? I sent it? Okay. Ugh. Dude, your twink arc is really beginning, isn't it? It looks very good. Why the hell would you need an apple core in the first place? It makes things easy. He's not a twink. That is literally a twink. That is a twink. Everybody has seen your model, right? Like, it's the most obvious twink I've ever seen. Listen, old man, that's fine. If you want to be a twink, you can be a twink, but you got to be honest about it at least. Just use a knife forehead. True, but also apple core makes it easier. I really don't like the middle of the apple. Like, not just the core, but like the part, like the slice of the apple that still has some of the core cut onto it, like stuck onto it. I fucking hate that part of the apple. Twink denial is unhealthy, as a twink denier myself. Well, see, the thing is, Octo himself is not a twink. Like, he himself, as he is not a twink, okay? Like, if I was to draw this out, Octo, he looks like this. What does he look like again? He has like this curly ass hair. And then he has like this beard. Or like something like that. I don't know. This kind of looks more like Connor than it does Octo, but I don't remember what he looks like. Anyway, and then he has like he's got like, I remember this one time I rated him and immediately he took his shirt off, which was interesting. So he's very strong. He looks like that. And then like he has hair on his arms. And then I don't know what he looks like, so I'm just going to assume that this is anyway, that's probably what he looks like. Something like that. Forgot to give him the little propeller hat. Wait, you're right. Hold on. This is his lollipop. And his propeller hat. Hold on. I'll make that a little bit more obvious. It's to cover the bald spot. Right there. There you go. Sometimes he just wants to wear a hat, you know? He's just like you and me. He's just a boy. Sometimes he just wants to. And then like his VTuber looks like this. He got this big fucking Jackie. And then like he's got gloves. There's his gloves. And then he has this like luscious wig. And then he's there he is. That's that there he is. This is Octo. This is his Vtuber. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. All right, perfect. And then there's his ears. Those are his vagina bones. And then in his, this is what he showed me on his on in DMs. Okay, it's very secret, but I will like this. In his new model, he got a BBL, so now he looks kind of like this. I think that he's actually taller than this. So this part is 6 foot, and this part is like 2 feet. Bro built like a geometry test. Wait, he said that I can show it, so I'm gonna show it. Okay, you guys can compare, and you can see if they're similar. Okay. He said that I could show it because he told me, he said that as if that would prove that I'm wrong. Where did it go? Oh, it's a WebP. Hold on. I know what to do. Oh shit, never mind. Discord's doing that thing where it won't let me take a screenshot. Fuck. Can you please? I guess maybe it's just, I lied actually. I'm Octo's new VTuber mother, which is really weird because he's older than I am by a significant margin, and this is what he looks like. Oh, never mind, I got it. Why'd you have to say significant? Is it not significant? What the hell? What the hell? Okay, whatever. Anyway, that's literally him. That's literally him. What the fuck did I do? Why won't it let me move the thing? There you go. That's literally the same character. That's literally the same character. I don't remember what Octo looks like, unfortunately. He fell into some power. Tastes like blue. Tastes like blue raspberry. Are his muscles ripping out of his shirt? No, that is shading. That is shading that has not been color corrected yet. Blue boy aura. His lore is that he used to be an avatar cat boy. And so his extra downloadable content would have this. Excuse me. Show us his real model? Do you mean like his face? I didn't come here to be bullied. Then why the fuck are you here? What the fuck else do I do whenever you're here? You stupid bastard old man. What the fuck else do I do whenever you're here? What the fuck do I ever do when I'm talking to you? Oh. It's like, I'm here at the lollipop factory. Why are they giving me lollipops? Like, you fucking asshole. You're the one that walked in here. By virtue of being here, you've consented. Don't worry, I'll draw me too. Mean Streak, thank you for gifting a sub to Octo Pimp. Yeah, that's what I look like. Mm-hmm. And if we were to stand next to each other, he would only. There we go. Perfect.
Boobies.
True. Don't worry, we'll give him some too. Ah! Feel like he's gonna tell you to spin around. Atlas, spin around. Hi, Atolls. Not even my fucking name, but hello. This is what I look like in the real. Oh my fucking god. I can't believe it. On Monday, I was at work 30 minutes late. I clocked in 30 minutes late because my fucking pants burst. Oh. Would I kiss Crumple? No. Oh, that's Irene. Hello, Irene. The Emma Frost special. Oh my god, she's like so fucking thick, dude. You take leg day real serious? No, I don't. I don't go anywhere. Well, I do, but I go to work. That's about it. Ant. Does Cindy put on her shoes like sock, sock, shoe, shoe, or sock, shoe, sock, shoe? What? What the fuck are you talking about? That is becoming a hive mind. I don't fucking need that. Mitsuki? Whatever. Thanks for the follow. Snoop Dogg. Why is bald 35K? Because I'm the god here. Bald is 35 bumbleclat points. Yes. Bitch. Ooh, my back. Oh, that was a good stretch. Nice. Mods do something, she's price gouging. This is the economy now, fuckface. The mods are paid in channel points. Billions must watch more Atlas. It's true. You all must watch more of me. She doesn't even feed us? It's true, I don't. Thanks. It's the nightlife every night tonight. Dancing out on the dance floor. That's what I programmed her for. Every night tonight. Bald mode does make the fancy winged eyelashes more noticeable, so that's a plus at least. It's true. I've never done my makeup in real life, so stands to reason that my model would be as or even more stylish than I am. Gotta keep the points economy moving. You're not moving any economy, you fuck. Rid Tom 19, thanks for the follow. Just use a highlighter for real. So true. Programmed her for every night tonight. We went to see NSP and Swerp the other day. I can't wait for my show. Would you ever want someone to do your makeup for you? Asking because I have a bit of experience doing Warpaint as a BVB fan. I would love that. As long as people ask me first. I had this one really weird... Thank you, Ridtown, for the one gifted sub. I appreciate that, dude. I had this one really weird experience with a dude that had a thing for me. And one of the first times that we talked, I hung out at his place, or the place that he was like staying at, because he didn't live here. And in the middle of me talking, he just kind of like grabbed my hand and started painting my nails. And I always thought that that was really fucking weird. So as long as I'm not being blindsided with, somebody touching me in the middle of me talking, I'm always fine with that. He didn't ask? No. We had vaguely talked about it once when we were like texting, and I had forgotten about it. And then he reminded me like right before he came. But at the time when we were like in person, he didn't ask. Am I accepting an OC request this stream? Sure. Just wanted to hop on and say you're doing great. Keep up the good work. Thank you. That's very sweet of you. Oh my god. Condolences about the creepo. Yeah, it's okay. That happened a long time ago. A long time ago? Almost a year ago, I think. I fucking love this song, dude. Can I get Cowgirl Crumple? Sure. Let me get Cindy. Okay. Shorts have made me hate this song. I fucking love this song. How could anybody hate Like a Prayer? Wanna take you there. Atlas, would you rather smash Emma Frost or Ultrage? Ultrage? What? Ultron? I'd rather smash a real person. Oh, of course I have to play this. Would you rather smash a real person or Avery? A real person. Today is gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now, you should have somehow realized what you gotta do. And I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads we have to walk are blinding. And all the lights that lead us there are blinding. Would like to say to you, but I don't know how. Because maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. And I don't believe that anybody feels the way I do about you now. And all the roads that lead you there are blinding. And all the lights that light the way are blinding. There are many things that I would like to say to you, but I don't know how. And maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. And after all, you're my wonderwall. I said maybe you're gonna be the one that saves me. Neil Cicerega has scarred me because every time I hear this song, I'm just waiting for the Full House theme to cut in. Probably shouldn't be shuffling my likes, honestly. Oh well. Stones, 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 stones. This is a really good song. Blue for Blue, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Atlas Anarchy, and I love drawing boobs. I hope that you guys had a lovely stream. How's the art going? I haven't warmed up yet, so it's not as good as it should be, but it will be there soon. Things are shaping up to be pretty odd. Little depths and musical beds. So it seems I'm someone I've never met. You will only hear these elegant crimes fall on your ears from criminal chimes. They spill and found from a pretty mouth. When everybody gets there, everybody gets there. Well, everybody gets their way. I never said I missed her when everybody kissed her, but I'm the only one to blame. Akira the Snick, thank you so much for the raid. I mean, for the follow. Jesus. Things have changed for me, and that's okay. I feel the same. I'm on my way, and I'll say things have changed for me, and that's okay. I wanna go where everyone goes. I wanna know what everyone knows. I wanna go where everyone feels the same. You never leave this titty. I never said I'd leave this town. A falling out we won't tiptoe about. When everybody gets there, everybody gets there, and everybody gets their way. And I said I missed her when everybody kissed her, and I'm the only one to blame. Things have changed for me, and that's okay. I feel the same. I'm on my way, and I'll say things have changed for me, and that's okay. I feel the same, and I'll say, well, things have changed for me. What were you up to, by the way? Sorry, I'm in my jam. I love this song. Well, things have changed for me. Feel the same, and I'll say changed for me, and that's okay. I'm on my way, and I'll say doing art than Sims Brainwatt for the noggin. Hell yeah. I miss playing Sims. That shit was fun as hell. He's a really cool guy. He's got a cool shirt. He's got cool shoes. Did I mention the shirt? If you ever got the chance to meet him, you'd know why I want to be him. He walks into a room and everyone respects him. He makes the news and let that shit affect him. He's really happy. He's thrilled to be alive. His name is Any White Guy in 1985. 1985, white guy, 1985. 1985, white guy, 1985. He's got a job and a family. How does he do it? Balancing works with overwhelming cooking. He brought all the answers that I want to know. But 40 years ago, gee whiz, he's got it and he flaunts. I am the thing he is, but he is it when I want. And I can say that some people really gotta fight to survive. And some people are white guys in 1985. 1985, white guy, 1985, white guy, 1985, white guy, 1985. In 1985, we're living through the AIDS crisis. Some white guys were Italian. I don't mean to lump a group of people in a hive. I think I just meant my dad in 1985. My dad, 1985. My father, 1985. 1985. Scott Burnham, 1985. I wanna be my dad. I wanna be my dad in the 80s. Oblivious white dad in the mid-80s. My dad was an oblivious white guy. My dad was happier than I am. If I could be anybody, dead or alive, I would want to be my dad in 1985. Did I miss anything? No, just we had a raid. Sorry, this is taking me forever because I haven't warmed up. I started drawing like little pictures of like dogs and cats and stuff all over the job that I work at. And because I work in a vet clinic and people keep asking like, oh, who drew this? Who drew this? And I always have to be like, me. It was me. I did it. And they're like, oh, you should sell these. And I'm like, I don't know if I'll do that. Said he wasn't making it out alive. Came out my mama. It's my favorite animal to work with. I love dogs. Dogs are very, very cute. And they're very, very fun to hang out with. They also have like that very obvious indicator when they like you, which is their tail. And there is a dog that I was hanging out with on Tuesday, I think, while my coworker was talking to the owner. I was hanging out with the dog, and the dog fucking loved me. She was like jumping all over me and giving me all these kisses and stuff. I'm like, damn, this job is really good. You like fat toucans? I mean, I guess. I've never interacted with one, but sure. I like birds on a basic level, I suppose. I'm not really a big fan of birds, like, as a pet, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't have one. Not because I don't like them, but because I can't deal with an animal that shits constantly. Banana bread. Pixie Boo. Thanks for the follow. I get nervous with birds. They feel too fragile. True. This is true. I like bunnies. We have a lot of bunnies. Rid Tom 19. Thanks so much for this sub. I appreciate that, dude. Thank you. Dude, look at this fat little rat. Oh my god. Cute. Fenrir18111. Thanks for the follow. All played out, all played out. Memories all played out, all played out. Tell me, does it feel that? Guys, I don't know if I should do Detroit Become Human next or Heavy Rain next. Have you played either before? I've played both, but I remember way more of Detroit than I do of Heavy Rain. Destroy all humans. True. Detroit has Mr. Krabs. This is true. I'm gonna put this rat on a different layer because I don't think that I could draw such a perfect rat ever again. Talk to me, talk to me, talk to me, talk to me. Is this Winry? No. She definitely looks like her when I give her that little bandana. But no, it's not. Meowdy. Didn't realize how much Cindy looks like Winry in this outfit. That's so funny. Hold on, let me give her the little over thing I was gonna give her. Meowdy. How goes the arting? Help me. Help me, boy. Atlas Anarchy cannot draw today. You can save her. It only takes the numbers on your card and the numbers on the back. Together we can save her. I only have $3. Well, that's $3 that I don't have. Hand it over. I need it. I needed more. How much are bits to dollars? 100 bits is $1. All I got is Social Security and a driver's license. Slay. I only have $3. Atlas, please. I don't feel bad for you. Give them to me. True. Also, your mother's maiden name and the name of your first pet. What if I give 150? That is not $3. I'll know that you are withholding. I'll know that you're holding out on me, and I will be very disappointed. Not mad, but disappointed.
This really is all I have, frown.
Thanks for the 300 bits. I appreciate that. I have 5 bits left. See, you're not completely broke. What's up, baby? You're a very sexy lady. What's a good girl like you doing in a hood like this? Your life's in danger, every enemy's a stranger. But before you, I ruled this town with my iron fist. For proof that I kick some asses, no more classes, you've been schooled, and now you know the deal. Everyone here has a black belt in amazing, and diplomas from the University of fucking keeping it real. That's how we're living. Welcome to Attitude City. No fucks are given when you're in Attitude City. Your girl was to learn how to rock, then sit back as I walk you through my life as the baddest fucking dude on the block. Run a half a mile in 47 minutes flat. She gets crazy, I water my grandma Stacy's for biscuits and have a nice chat. Barbell rack. Crawl to me feet stool sample. Okay. Working on an attitude today. Hey, we got an ad in 2022, 21, 20. We got an ad soon. Which means, you know what that means? More money for Atlas? No, but yes, but no. It's not what I meant. No, that's not what I meant. I don't know where my accent went. Okay. BRB. That was an interesting song. Atlas missed the Bill Clinton sample? No, I heard it. I heard it. And the rest we sent to hell. I missed your reaction. My reaction was confusion. It's killed tonight. Atlas takes her headphones to the washroom. I mean, I don't have to touch them. I don't have to touch them while I'm peeing. But you touch the toilet? Yeah, and then I wash my hands. Do you not wash your hands? I wash them. Okay. Then what's the problem here? Don't touch me with your nasty ass pee hands. I can't believe guys shake their dicks when they're done peeing. I get the idea behind it. Like, I guess it makes sense, but it's like, I don't think I'd be able to do it without laughing. I shake my butt when I'm done pooping. Bro's a Teen Titans Go character. Sounds like jealousy? No. I'm just, it's just intriguing is all. Let it dry and crust like a scab. I don't know, but I feel like it's just, I don't know. I think it looks funny. It's just like whoop, 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 whoop. The idea of it sounds funny to me. I don't know. You wouldn't get it. Nobody understands me. You look foreign me. I can't lie. I don't feel like listening to this anymore. Oh shit. Isn't that one really good song that got co-opted by Has-Been Hotel? She executed that song? The fuck does that mean? When I met Valentino, I was giving him control over me. Now I'm stuck in his melody. Let me go, Valentino. You're not getting any more from me. I don't want your cruel melody. Ignorance is bliss. Wouldn't fall for it, but then me and hello. We started dancing slow. I wanna get attached, but now I'm far too close. Hello, what's up, Pope Crispy? When I met Valentino, I was getting him control over me. Now I'm stuck in his melody. Let me go, Valentino. Any more out of me? I don't want your cruel melody. No. Yeah. I should have known not to trust Valentino. I should have known not to trust Valentino. Goodbye, Valentino. When I met Valentino, I was giving him control over me. Now I'm stuck in his melody. Let me go, Valentino. I see now. What? The song is down there. Love is like a bomb, baby, come on, get it on. Living like a lover with a radar phone. Looking like a tramp, like a video vamp. Demolition woman, can I be your man? Ah. Television lover, baby, go all night. Sometime, anytime, sugar me sweet. Little miss innocent, sugar me, yeah. Yeah. Hmm. Why did I make this one so long? In the name of love. I love lining things 1 billion times. How do I feel now that Disco Elysium is over? Empty. I miss it. I miss Kim. I miss Kim. I saw the leaks that were posted on April Fool's Day, and how everybody was like, "Are these real or are they?" And like they were real, and I'm very sad because I really like the concept that they were going for that. I really did like the kids, like the Kuno and Kuno S. I thought that they were really interesting characters, and I thought they were very cute, and I wanted to do more with them. But the fact that the sequel would have been more centered on them, and then that was the sequel that got canned, makes me so sad. But oh well. Do you have like a top 5 favorite characters? Well, Kim is one of my favorites. Kuno and Kuno S are definitely one of my favorites. I really like Harry. And I like Jean. And Clausia. I can honestly see every character in Disco Elysium being somebody's favorite. Though I heard that apparently Kuno and Kuno S people don't really like them or didn't really like them. I don't know. I always saw people really liking them, and that makes me sad because I feel like they deserve better. Is there any way to get out of the interaction with the tribunal without anybody dying, or is somebody going to die no matter what? there's a lot of cool chicks out there. I never leave well enough alone. Like 3 die minimum? I see. Titus is not one of the guaranteed deaths. Then who is one of the guaranteed deaths? Is there any situation in which there is definitely somebody that dies? Like definitely one person that is always scripted to die? Fat Angus and Glenn. Theo? I don't remember which one Theo is. Oh, the quiet old guy? Oh. What do you guys think of the Emma Frost design for Rivals? How did you decide which sketch pens work for you? I don't know, man. It's like years and years and years of never finding the right one. And then you find the right one for a little bit, and then you stop feeling that one. It's just a bunch of testing, you know? I've not seen it yet. Meh. I just wish it was. It should just. There's so many white women. There's too many of them. Can you have like an entire team of blonde white ladies now? I don't hate Emma's design. It's just not great. I kind of feel the same way, honestly. They fear the aura that dropping blade would give. True. Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Oh man, that would be so fun. It's funny seeing people freak out about her design when she's straight up in just a corset and underwear in the comics. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate it. And it's a nice design, and I love any design that has like big thighs, I guess. But I don't know. I feel like it's like very lukewarm to me. It's like, yeah, that sure is a sexy white lady. So was one of the characters that we got last season, and so are like 2 of the characters that we started with. I don't know. I'm bored. because there's so many like, this is a white woman and she wears white and blue, and I'm like, bruh. What the fuck? At the same time, I haven't been playing a whole lot of Rivals lately anyway, because all I've been doing is getting home and drawing and then going to bed. But, you know. Like, I wish that they just gave her something a little bit more like this. Like I really don't like the hair that they gave her in this one. She's got fuck ass bob. She got a fuck ass bob. The cloak, I feel like, would be nice. Her design itself is just kind of strange, but I don't know. I don't like what they did with it. I don't really like what they did with like the top half of the design. I like the idea of what they were going for, but she just looks like a fucking mess. Never listen, never listen. Troppy can't. Thanks for the follow. Never listen, never listen. I scream your name. Stays the same. I scream and shout. Do now is freak the freak out. Whoa, whoa, oh. I don't know what her abilities are in Rivals. I don't know if they've released that yet, but yeah, she like turns into crystals or something. I think at Fortnite she becomes invisible. Gotta know, gotta know. And she can turn into indestructible diamond. So true. Never listen, never listen. So I'll throw another fit. Never listen, never listen. It always stays the same. It's freak the freak out. Oh. If she's indestructible, then why can I still see her? Is she one of the X-Men? I can't remember. I think she is. Sometimes. Ooh. You never listen. You'll never listen. You never listen. This is the moment you waited for. Sweat soaking through the floor. Stealing your mind, all that was real is left behind. Don't care what comes after. Taking over. Tell me, do you wanna go? Or it's covered in all the dotted lights. Runaways are running the night. It's taking over you. This is the greatest show. We won't come down, and the sun can't stop us now. Oh, oh. It's covered in all the dotted lights where the runaways are running the night, intoxicating you. And the sun can't stop us now. It's taking over you. This is the greatest show. And the walls won't stop us now. Oh my god, this old ass song. Nearly gone. The lights are turning on. Silver shine that stretches to the sea. Stumbled on a view that's tailor-made for two. What a shame, us two are you and me. Some other girl and guy would love the swirling sky, but there's only you and I, and we've got no shot. This could never be. You're not the type for me, and there's not a spark inside. What a waste of a lovely night. Say there's nothing here, let's make something clear. I think I'll be the one to make that call. And though you looked so cute in your polyester suit, you're right, I'd never fall for you at all. And maybe this appeals to someone not in heels, or to any girl that feels there's some chance and romance, but I'm frankly feeling nothing. Or it could be less than nothing. So you agree, that's right. What a waste of a lovely night. Half a second of Judgment Day. I'm glad that you guys like her. You think that she would be cool with that? Maybe. I can't imagine Judge not being down with that. She'd probably be like, yeah, sure, whatever. Let's go. Hello, Cyrobe. It's balanced on a razor blade. Rinse and repeat it all again. So it's too loud, and please don't look up when you're going down. And reaching out from somewhere beyond the cloud. You make me feel like I'm drunk on sun and a million miles away. You make me feel like we're drunk on stars and we're dancing out into space, celestial. Violety, thanks for the 13 months. I appreciate that, man. You and your fucking cloud emoji. Cloud? Clown. Sorry, I was thinking of her cloud tattoo. Have I ever drawn an animatic? Yes, but a very long time ago. Bald is 35K now. Yes. Somewhere beyond the clouds, you make me feel. Is it a million miles away? Dancing out into space, celestial. I like your art. I hope it's going well. Thank you. It is now. Oh. This song is so fucking hype to me, dude. Like my troubled heart is a million miles away. You make me feel like I'm drunk on stars and we're dancing out into space. Celestia. Oh, oh. I didn't expect Pokemon to collab with Ed fucking Sheeran of all people, but whatever. I don't care. It slaps. Tómese un buen mate, hace frío. No hace frío aquí. No, no sé qué grado es afuera. Hola. También no me gusta la mate. O el mate. Mi papá se amo. Se amo. Sí. Estaba stretching. Mi papá lo amo el mate, pero a mí no me gusta. Ni siquiera, ni siquiera mi madre usa mate. Ah, oh. Mi frames. Oh, ok. Ah, da, 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 da. Is it love if I take you, or is it love if I set you free? The ink flows down into a dark bottle. Love into reality. Da, 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 da. What do you call love in your reality? And in your reality, if I don't know how to love you, I'll leave you be. Okay. Now I'm done with this Cindy. Fucking finally. Oh my god, the bitch in Hailstorm fucking puts her whole pussy into every fucking song that she sings. She's so fucking good. Ah, hold on, I'm water. Yeah, it's a really good song. I'm gonna add this to the main playlist. Thank you, man. I think the initial sketches I'm pretty fast with. Like I'm pretty quick when it comes to just like sketching. But it's like literally everything that comes afterwards that takes longer, especially because I redo the sketch like 3 or 4 times. Um and I think it's like every time that you redo a sketch, you get a little bit better at drawing whatever it is you're trying to draw. But yeah. Giving Zora Salazar, well, whatever gets you there, man. I'm referencing off a picture of Marty McFly. I need to look up what a revolver looks like, though, because I have no idea. Turn out goated promo images fast, too. Oh, yeah. Did you guys like the one from today? The promo images usually take me, like, 2 hours, I would say. The Eno one from last week took me way longer because I just went too hard, but the promo images before the stream take me like about an hour or two. I like this one. This one was fun. I've never drawn in the Ghibli style before. It doesn't even really look Ghibli, but I guess that's what, that's what you get when you've never drawn in a certain style before. The face looks Ghibli, and that's enough for me. Cindy shit. The way that I usually sketch and shit, it's like I put down a basic idea of what I want without thinking about like anatomy. And then I go over it a couple of times and I adjust the anatomy every time. Like, see, that is way too big of a head. I try not to use the resize tools as much, especially not anymore, because it kind of hurts when you try to, it hurts your ability to draw on paper. And I like being able to draw on paper. But, even then, I still do it sometimes. I just like kind of spit something out on the page so I can figure out what it is I want to do, and then I'm like, okay, now how do I draw this in a way that makes sense to the actual anatomy of the character? And then I keep adjusting until it works out. And it takes a long time, but you know, it's worth it, I think. See ya. El cielo no es azul, ay mi amor, ay mi amor. ¿Qué es lo que dices tú, ay mi amor, ay mi amor? Es todo al revés, ay mi amor, ay mi amor. Creo que, yes, ay mi amor, ay mi amor. Tú me traes un poco loco, un poquitito loco. Estoy adivinando qué quieres y pa' cuándo. Que me vuelto un poco loco. Todo es un poco loco. Un poquitito loco. Ay. Eagle Eye VT, thanks for the raid. Welcome in, man. Matrimony. The alimony. Locked in a room, content inside a bubble. Hey, hey, marry me, Archie. Hey, marry me, Archie. is no need to panic. They've shown her abilities now? Wait, where? Shut up. God, the outfit is so bad. At least it doesn't auto lock. Oh, damn. Damn, she grabs you by the neck and throws you to the floor? I don't like her design, but I wish she would do that to me. Dude, that fuck-ass bob, though. Oh, my God. Stop it. Stop the fuck-ass bob. It looks so bad. Yeah, is her ult? What is her ult doing? Is it mind controlling people? I watched it on mute. It's a daze that attracts them to her. Oh, interesting. That is interesting. Mm-hmm. When is she going to be in the game? Does it say that? Oh, the 11th? Oh, wow. Thank you. Such a nice chill song, true. Reminds me of like middle of the afternoon car rides. You know what I mean? That's the vibe that it has to me. You'll love again. You just need to find someone. Someday, somewhere, somehow, I'll love again. I just need to find someone. Someone who treats you better. Someone who wants me around. Some way, somewhere, somehow, I'm gonna feel found. Today, right here, right now, I already feel found. What's up, Jay? How have you been? Thank you. Learning how to salsa? Hell yeah. Baby, and if it's quite alright, I need you, baby, to warm a lonely night. Trust in me when I say, oh, pretty baby. Na, 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 na. dude. My Twitter fucking trending tab looks so fucking funny. End of the world, stock market crash, the banks are out of money. Oh, End of the World is a Miley Cyrus song. Okay, we're all good. I remember this from Son of Mask. Dude, The Mask was like the fucking most scary movie I could handle when I was like a kid without like shitting my pants. I thought The Mask was scary. But like scary in a fun way. I haven't seen that movie in years. It has to have been like literal decades at this point. For me, Beetlejuice. Oh my god, really? It is a wonderful my life. Please can you kiss my name when the music's over? I know it's such a sweet time, my friend. Mm-hmm. I never finished this anime. I was on the side of music. Cowboy Atlas? Yes. Way down Louisiana, down in New Orleans, way back up in the woods among the evergreens. Shut up and dance with me is my destiny, she said. Ooh, ooh. We were victims of the night, the chemical, digital kryptonite. Don't take it together. Hey, I don't know how it happened. She said, they look back, put her eyes on me. I said, you're holding back. Shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said, ooh, ooh, and dance with me. A backless dress and some beat-up sneaks. My discotheque Juliet teenage dream. As she looked at me, we were born to get together. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. Is it possible for me to redeem a sketch? Sure. And dance with me is my destiny, she said. Ooh, ooh, and dance with me. Ooh. Deep in her eyes, I think I see a future. I realize this is my last chance. I don't know how it happened. Hey, gamers and Atlas. I'm a gamer. I know how to game. Keep your eyes on me. Shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said, ooh, ooh, ooh. Should I send you the info in Discord? Yes. This woman is my destiny. She said, ooh, ooh. You're gay. I don't know where you're getting the mer part from. From here. Get you a girl who can do both. What the you draw? Is that an expression of shock for the fact that I draw? I do. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with ne'er a fear of drowning, and gladly ride the waves of life if you will marry me. No scorching sun nor freezing cold will stop. Sorry. If you will promise me your heart and love me for eternity. My dearest one, my darling dear, your mighty words astound me. But I've no need of mighty deeds when I feel your arms around me. We'll bring you rings of gold, I'll even sing you poetry, and I will keep you from all harm if you will stay beside me. Have no use for rings of gold, I care not for your poetry. I only want your hand to hold, I only want you near me. Hold for the dancing and the dreaming, for all thy sorrows and goodbyes, I'll keep your laugh inside me. I'll swim and sail on savage seas with ne'er a fear of drowning, gladly ride the waves of life if you will marry me. I'm still going. I'm done. I haven't heard that one in a while. Okay, I'll look at the info after I'm done with this one. Wanna know what it's like? I'm in the fuck all night, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, I need to know. I don't play with my pen. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, I need to know. I don't play with my pen. I don't wanna I'm feeling tonight, yeah, yeah. Oh, whoa, whoa. I just can't help but be sexual. Baby, just saying I'm flexible. I need to know. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, I need to know. Yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, I need to know. You're exciting, boy, come ride me. Stay me, girl, come ride me. And most likely, let me get this as a panic attack. That dick was a 10 out of 10. Why are you frowning? And I'm gonna fuck all night, yeah, yeah. Oh, oh, oh. Baby, I need to know. Oops. I'm getting closer. Oh, 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 baby, I need to know. Oh, I love this song. I can see us in a small town. You count the stars up in the sky. I never thought that they could fall down onto your suit or on your tie. Across the table at a French place, I lose my way into the wine. With your glasses on your pretty face, we can go up, baby, we can float up to the place in the yellow cloud. Thumbtack down. Ooh, 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 ooh. Say we'll never come back down to the place in the yellow cloud. Pow, pow, pow. The days are running at a slow pace, and all the glitter in between, and all the fallout from the one race, a Miss American teen. And I can see the picket fences, and I can see you mow the lawn. We got no fear and no pretenses. We've got nothing but our sunglasses on. Yours forever, thumbtack down. I entered into an art contest for Baby No Money, and I'm making another art portfolio for him. It's for an album cover. I like him, but I don't know. I have thoughts about posting a bunch of times in a row condemning AI and then also having a contest running alongside where you're not paying anybody for the art. I don't know. Where it's like respect artists, and then you kind of do the opposite of that, where you make a bunch of people draw you stuff for free. And you're only going to pay one of them. I don't know. I don't know. It's one of those things where you can't make everybody happy, right? So it doesn't really matter, but my 2 cents. And you may say, Atlas, I didn't ask for your 2 cents. Well, unfortunately, this is my stream. Anyway, the baseline of this is know your worth, and yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, ultimately, you do whatever you want with your time, like, honestly. And especially, like, if there was a creator that I really liked and they were holding a contest and I wanted to do it, then I would. But, like, I don't know. Dude was posting like a madman about how much AI sucks, which is true, because AI does suck. And then he goes, hey, where are your small artist friends? Show me them and I will commission all of them. And I have not seen a single person saying anything, even though I recognize a lot of the people that were being boosted in those replies. Nobody said a single goddamn thing. And then he starts this fucking contest where it's like, draw me something for free and I might choose one of you to pay. And it's like, do you or do you not respect artists? I don't know. I feel like at a certain point, people just do that shit for brownie points on the internet. And it's like, obviously he's not doing anything like bad, honestly. I don't think that he's doing anything like reprehensible or whatever, you know? But it's just like, it feels a little hypocritical to ride the coattails of the art community for a little bit and be like, yeah, don't use AI art, respect your artists, all that other shit. And then like a couple days later be like, all right, now people make me things for free. But I don't know Mr. No Money. Like, I don't know him intimately. I don't know anything about him. And I don't know if that was his intention or if that was even something that he thought about, or if he just got excited and wanted to see a bunch of art of himself, you know, like, I get it. I get it. I am not aware of his place in the world. I just know that he exists and he's done a lot of gay photo shoots. Good for him. He did boost a lot of people's animations in his YouTube shorts. Yeah, animations of him, right? And even then, that's different than being like, people making gift art for you is different than like, I don't know, saying for like 3 days, like, oh my God, I hate AI art. I hate AI art. Respect your artists, support all your artists. And then you fucking get a bunch of people, like a bunch of foot traffic on your account for that, and then you're like, all right, well, now that I have all of these people, I'm gonna ask all of these people who are mostly gonna be artists because of what we were talking about, or what the original topic was. Since most of the people that are following me now, or most of the recent people that are following me now are artists, now I gotta be like, okay, draw me stuff for free. please and thank you. And then they will just do it. And like I said, if I was like a fan of this guy, I probably would enter, like probably. But if you're in a situation where you're choosing between doing art for free for somebody that you don't know or doing art for yourself and you're stressing out about shit, just, I don't know, prioritize yourself. Especially when you're not getting paid. Like, come on. Hair is kinda wild and free. Love goes where my rosemary grows, and nobody knows like me. And people say she's crazy, and her life's a mystery. Love goes where my rosemary goes, and nobody knows like me. There's something about her hand over mine. It's a feeling I'm fine. I just gotta know. He's really got a magical spell, and it's working so well. No way. And I love her endlessly. Love grows where my rosemary grows, and nobody knows like me. Pipes. I think I've said this before, but I feel like since I started streaming, I got a little bit better at singing because of how often I do it on stream. Magical spell, and it's working so well. Just head away. I'm not a fella, and we just wanna tell her I love her endlessly. Love grows where my rosemary grows, and nobody knows like me. I only spend my money on worthwhile investments like Hawk Tua coin. Can we please get him out of here? Give me a second. You can hear my dad calling me. me. I'm back. I have dinner. My mom also got me a big fuck-ass ice cream sandwich. I'm so excited. Let's watch a video. Or several, who knows. Hmm. 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 Let's watch this Hannah the Horrible one about... You guys want to watch Hannah the Horrible or you want to watch Wendigoon? God damn it, OBS. You guys see me? Okay. Ruining my goddamn stats. Okay. I shouldn't have updated it today. Damn it. Oh well. Alright, some people are saying that they've never heard of Hannah, so we'll go with her. Paper said goon and they shot her. What is Hannah? She is Hannah the Horrible. It's a YouTube channel. That's what we're going to be watching today.
Social media, she says Ian tried it.
How did a 16-year-old get a revolver?
Nathaniel Hendren admitted to playing a Russian roulette style game.
Because like many stories, this one is not all that it seemed, and there was actually more than what the news was presenting.
My daughter, it's the best thing that ever happened to me, and she's gone, so.
Today we have a very
Bye, Radless.
video. We're gonna get right into today's video right after a word from our sponsor. I haven't always been a YouTuber. I did have a 9-to-5 before this. Factor 75. The code 50. That's code 50. By now, this video is about Russian roulette. Now, before we get into it, I just want to reiterate that if you are having bad thoughts right now, you probably don't want to watch this video because it might be triggering. If you are having a hard time right now, click off this video and remember that there are crisis support lines that are anonymous that you can text or call, probably an arm's length away on your phone. That being said, for those of you where this is a safe video for you to watch, please know that unfortunately I have to be a little bit censored because of YouTube, so I am going to avoid the word GUN as much as possible and have to use a few code words, which I will put on the screen in a censored version so you still know what I'm talking about. Even so, this video is still going to be pretty dark and pretty disturbing, so get a snack, get a comfort drink, and buckle up. We're going to talk about 3 different Russian roulette stories today where the people who played it did not survive. Let's talk first about a little bit of history of Russian roulette, though. If you don't know what Russian roulette is, I doubt you don't. Most people know what it is, but it's a game of chance with lethal consequences. It's a game where you take a revolver, typically with a cylinder that can hold 6 bullets. Typically, you play it with a group of people. You put 1 bullet in the gun, you spin the cylinder, and close it at random so nobody knows where the bullet is in the gun. Typically, then the game is played by people putting this weapon to themselves up here and pulling the trigger. It's a game of chance with extremely high stakes because if you lose, you're done forever. The game can be played 2 different ways. Either you put 1 bullet in, you spin the cylinder and close it between each round. That means that everybody's odds of the worst happening go back to 1 in 6, about 16.7%, I think it is, every single time. This is definitely the less
playing this
risky
game with a
way,
shotgun.
if you want to put it that way, to play, because
Heavenly
everybody's
gnome, this
odds
video
are
is
the
not
same
for-
every
for
round.
people
However, there's an
in bad
alternative way
headspace.
to play where you don't spin the cylinder between each round,
playing
guaranteeing
with a
that
sniper
at
rifle
some
'cause
point,
it makes it really
if you
hard.
keep playing, the gun will go off. And every single round that is played, the next person that plays has a higher and higher chance of losing. Spoilers for Squid Game Season 2 coming right now. Skip to this timestamp if you haven't seen the season yet. I'll wait. Okay, if you've seen it, then watch this part. There is a great scene towards the beginning of season 2 of Squid Games where Jiyoon and the salesman or the recruiter, the really hot guy, you know, who's really cruel, they play a game of Russian roulette together, and they play it where they don't spin the cylinder in between
I also
rounds.
love buckshot
so
roulette.
They
So true.
keep playing knowing that there is a 50-50 chance.
I've never played
of them
buckshot
losing
roulette with
their
other
life.
people. I feel like it'd
It
be
gets
fun.
to the end of the game
I know
where
it has a
Jiyoon
multiplayer
has
mode
pulled
now.
the trigger for the 5th time after they've been taking turns, and it doesn't go off, and Jiyoon is spared. The recruiter then knows that the next round is going to kill him, but Jiyoon says, hey, you could turn the gun on me if you want, but if you do that,
Professor
you have
A.
to
Malcolm,
admit
thanks
that
so
you're
much for the
nothing
raid.
more
Welcome in.
than a dog for your bosses, the people who created Squid Games. The recruiter refuses to do so at any cost and ends up passing away right there in front of Jiyoon. Okay, so we're going to talk about a brief history of the game, where it came from. Interestingly, nobody actually
My
knows
apologies,
where
I'm
this game
stuffing
came
my
from.
fat fish.
Nobody actually knows for sure the origins. It's believed that it could have been an adventure writer named George Surdey.
The bitch hasn't eaten in 7 hours.
And he published a short fictional story for Collier's magazine back in 1937. In the story, a character says that they learned about the game while spending time with Russian soldiers
eating?
in 1917.
Rice,
There was also a similar
meatballs, and
description of a
asparagus.
Russian roulette-like game in the 1840 novel A Hero of Our Time by a Russian author, but it didn't explicitly call it Russian roulette, and the weapon in that story wasn't a revolver with 6 chambers. So in truth, nobody knows exactly where the origins of the game came from. I suspect that it was kind of a combination and a game of telephone, and it was a combination of this short story that was probably inspired from other things, and it just kind of evolved through the years. I have a hard time believing that the game is so new, only, you know, less than 100 years old. I have a feeling that some sort of version of this has been played for hundreds of years, just as we know that early humans would
I ate a
literally
whole-ass
fight to
pizza.
the death over things.
Ow.
That I kind of have a feeling
I'd
that
throw
there
up.
was probably some sort of wager or high stakes game played for entertainment back when we were a little less civilized as we are now. Perhaps they
No
just didn't
pieces
have
for
a name
us?
for it.
Fuck
Perhaps
no.
they didn't call it Russian roulette though. The first story that we're going to talk about today, FYI, this one is of a 16-year-old boy. So
Wait, he's
this one
talking
is
about the pizza, never mind.
I mean, they're all super tragic, but this one is extra heartbreaking. I'm just going to call him 16-year-old Ian. His full name is out there and everything, and it's not
Heavenly,
like it's
have you seen
protected
the,
information. It's pretty public, but since it
is
wasn't like
bitch's name.
readily available at every single article I
Emma
looked at, I'm
Frost,
just going to keep
the
his last
Marvel
name
Rivals
out of it
character.
just in case. Ian was only 16 years old.
I have
and
not been
he
playing
passed
Marvel
away
Rivals, but
playing this game by
she looks
himself,
ridiculous.
but he was recording it for Snapchat.
But
Ian was
kinda
actually
fine,
in
but
middle school.
very ridiculous. We were complaining
super
about it
young when
earlier.
he signed up for Instagram and Snapchat, unbeknownst to his mother. His mother didn't know. When she found out, she wasn't too concerned. She had a Facebook account, so she was like, well, Facebook seems to be pretty safe, and I would assume that these platforms where you can be 13 to sign up for at least Instagram, she just assumed that the platforms were safe for teens. Little did she know, though, Ian's algorithm was getting really dark. He apparently
There's two
became like
nuclear
actually
weapons for
addicted
leg.
to the apps, especially Snapchat. But if you don't know how social media works, the algorithms on a lot of social media sites curate content to what you've already watched. So your YouTube history will affect what videos YouTube will recommend to you. The TikTok For You page, as you swipe, the more videos you watch to completion, TikTok takes a note of that and says, hey, you like that type of video, you'll probably like this type of video. Little did Ian's mom know, or anybody in his life
Gotta save it up.
really know, his algorithms were feeding him extremely dangerous content. Like I said, it was getting darker and darker, and it was starting to glorify dangerous acts. Apparently his consumption of this content was making Ian depressed, anxious, even having outbursts, but it's a little bit confusing because mom claims that she saw absolutely no red flags, that his grades weren't suffering, and that he seemed happy. However, as we know, mental health can be very nuanced and people can be extremely depressed, and maybe he was having moments of outbursts, but mom just assumed it was a teenage thing. And for the most part, overall, he was doing great, and he was at least outwardly showing to his mom that he was fine. They found out later, though, that his algorithm was showing him not only dark content, but violent content and content that was glorifying violence and glorifying SH and the like. Very similar to how I feel like young girls, teenage girls, are very vulnerable to getting fed
Emma and Ultron. Is Ultron also releasing
content online. Lots of glorification of EDs, as well as just toxic messages about bodies on their algorithms. Of course, both boys and girls can be fed any type of content, but just as kind of an analogy, it seems similar to that. Whereas when young boys click or they watch a certain thing, it just kind of, the algorithm just gets a little bit darker and darker every time. So Ian's algorithm was showing him dangerous, dark things that was
in the trailer. I'm sorry, I wasn't
and
looking.
glorifying and also minimizing the impact of extremely
I was
dangerous,
not looking. I was looking at that fat-ass white lady.
adrenaline-focused games and activities. These videos also got a lot of attention on the platform, and since Ian was addicted
you speak
to
Spanish.
these social media apps, he also was really seeking the likes and the views and the attention and the shock that these types of videos brought, so he started doing them himself. Reportedly on August 13th, 2019, Ian passes away. His mother would later find on his phone 3 consecutive videos of him playing Russian roulette by himself in his room, but he was filming it and posting it to Snapchat. And 3 times in a row, these videos he posted were fine. Nothing happened. Ian was reportedly also resetting the cylinder between every round, resetting his odds between every video. But the 4th video of him doing this was never posted to social media. His odds reset, but he got unlucky, and you get it. You can fill in the blanks of what happened to Ian. Mom is understandably furious with Meta for feeding teenagers content like this, where teenagers may already be vulnerable. Teenagers already deal with a lot of mental health issues as they're growing into adults and growing into their bodies. And so mom was understandably furious that it was even possible that algorithms would feed him terrible, terrible things like that to exacerbate what he might already have been feeling. And then the message being sent to him over and over that it was okay to feel like this, and that it was even, heroic to feel like this, or, it was glorified, it was minimized. She is trying to file a wrongful death suit with Meta, but I mean, all I have to say is good luck with that. I hope she wins, but I just don't see Meta or other social media platforms being held accountable for these kind of things. I think it's too hard to prove in court that it was directly a result of Meta. I just have a feeling that these suits are going to be very, very tough to win. And I think Meta has a lot of money and a lot of lawyers too. So not only is that on their side, but they can also prove through loopholes that it wasn't a direct result of their platform, etc. Now, another elephant in the room about this story, though, that I couldn't find any information on. It is sparse to begin with, but I could not find any information or indication or even a hint about where Ian got the weapon. Why the hell did a 16-year-old child have a revolver in his room? Now, please reserve judgment on the mom or the parents and all that, because we just don't know the full story, and it's just not fair to judge if we don't. It's completely possible that he got this on a black market site, that he got this from a friend at school, that he had this somehow illegally and his parents didn't know. Maybe he had it hidden somewhere in his room for making these types of videos and they had no idea. We don't know, so it is not our place, and it's not fair to judge mom or anybody in Ian's life for that, because it's possible they had no idea. Don't get me wrong, fuck Meta. They're a terrible company, in my opinion. And I do agree that the algorithms curate dangerous content sometimes to people. I am also of the opinion that children should not be on social media. I think it's kind of ridiculous that you can be 13 and sign up for Instagram. That's crazy. 13 is so young. You don't know your ass from your head at 13. It's crazy to give a 13-year-old a smartphone and let them go ham on places like Instagram and other social media. Those platforms mess with my mental health a lot.
Before I was 13.
Can you imagine a vulnerable and not yet developed 13-year-old? I don't think children should be on any of these platforms. I think there should be a strict, you have to be 18 years or older to join any of them. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, I don't care what it is. And while yes, these algorithms also definitely do this, and it's very, very disturbing, and I do agree that they are partially at fault for this, I still can't help but think about the fact that if he didn't have a revolver, this never would have happened. And how did a 16-year-old get a revolver? Okay, this next case is actually the one that inspired today's video, because I remember when this happened and I remember how shocked and horrified I was that this happened. And I also ask that you also reserve any judgment for the story and especially the victim until the end, because like many stories, this one is not all that it seemed, and there was actually more than what the news was presenting. So we're going to roll back to January 23rd of 2019 in St. Louis, Missouri. So we have 29-year-old Nathaniel Hendren. He was a former Marine and was about 1 year into being a police officer. Our victim in this story is 24-year-old Caitlin Alex. She was also in the military and also not even 2 years into being a police officer at this point. She had actually already been married for several months when this happened, but allegedly her and Nathaniel were in a relationship. Allegedly, they were having an affair. And according to Nathaniel, he was in love with Caitlin and they even had plans to move in together. Many of the reports omit this information completely, but a lot of them do include it. So it's very confusing. But if I know anything about people, it's that if there's possibly an affair going on, it's probably going on. So here's the timeline of events. Earlier that night, January 23rd, 2019, evening time, Caitlin texts Nathaniel and says, I'm going to come bring you cold medicine. She brought this to Nathaniel's apartment. They both stayed there for a while and had dinner together, and they were also allegedly drinking, even though Nathaniel had a shift at the police station starting at 11 p.m. Caitlin eventually goes home and Nathaniel leaves for his shift. He starts a little before 11 p.m. that night. After getting to work, he clocks on, meets up with his police partner, Patrick Reardon, and literally minutes after the men clock in, they're goofing off. Pretty much immediately after clocking in, they text Caitlin and say that they could really use a, quote, beginning of work smoke. Important to the story, Caitlin was not working that night. She was completely off duty. The reports say that Nate and Patrick responded to a call about an assault, but it was pretty quickly resolved. Then Nate and Patrick, again patrolling in their little police car, get a notification about a tripped alarm system that they're supposed to go check out. But they don't. Instead, they ask a fellow officer if they could go check this tripped alarm report. They would get a text from that officer saying, WTF, dude, what's so important that you can't take care of this call? Nate and Patrick eventually marked this call as a false alarm, even though as far as I know, they never went to go check it out, which love that for us. Love that our officers of the law are taking it seriously and are really concerned about, you know, their number one duty, which is protecting the people of their city. Instead, Nate and Patrick go back to Nate's apartment. They allegedly messed with the GPS system, or either messed with it or didn't log on. They did something so that nobody could track where they were and figure out that they weren't patrolling. Caitlin went to Nate's apartment as well. She was already there when Nate and Patrick arrived, and the three of them were all in Nate's apartment by midnight, which again is crazy that they are police officers and literally are not doing their job at all. So we have Nate and Patrick, the ones that are working, and then we have Caitlin. All three of them are at Nate's apartment. Everyone that night was again allegedly drinking more and allegedly doing drugs. We don't know what kind of drugs though, or how much. So allegedly they're all intoxicated, and at one point Nate and Caitlin, remember the two that are supposedly in a romantic relationship, start playing Russian roulette. This is a little bit before 1 a.m. According to reports, Nate puts a bullet in a revolver that he owned personally. Not his police weapon, but a revolver from his home, a personal weapon. He put one bullet in it, spins the cylinder and closes it, allegedly points it at Caitlin's chest and pulls the trigger, and nothing happens. As far as I understand, they were not spinning the cylinder in between turns. So Caitlin then takes it, points it at Nate, and then pulls the trigger. And again, nothing happens. Remember, Nate claims that he is in love with this woman. He claims that he is in love with Caitlin and wants to move in with her.
It's
and he's playing Russian roulette. Now, another extremely important part about this story that, again, I feel like is often not left out, but kind of brushed over, is that remember, Nate's in uniform, so Nate is wearing a bulletproof fucking vest. Caitlin is not in uniform, so she's not. So he straight up pointed a gun at allegedly his girlfriend who he's in love with, and pulled the trigger, not knowing if it would go off. And then she pulled the trigger back at him, but he was always safe, and she wasn't. So they're also, like I said, not spinning the cylinder between rounds, so the odds are getting worse and worse. After Caitlin has her turn and points it at Nate and it doesn't go off, Nate takes it back, points it back at Caitlin at her chest, and the gun goes off. Caitlin is shot right through the chest, and they, of course, freak out. Which, of course, they panic, but honestly, it's like, what did you think was gonna happen? So then, according to Patrick, he was actually about to leave at this point. He was on his way out the door. He had told Nate and Caitlin that they shouldn't be playing with a gun. He was allegedly walking out the door, so didn't even see this actually happen, which to me, again, I have no proof of this. This is only from the news articles, the information, the public information I could find.
Always have
but that seems very,
I don't know, but he was on duty and he was supposed to be patrolling, so it would make sense that he did.
In my opinion, believe that Patrick was completely not involved and completely was like, no, guys, don't do that. That's so dangerous. I think that this was a story that Patrick and Nate came up with afterwards because Nate knew that he was in big trouble, but was trying to be a bro's bro and didn't want to get his buddy in trouble. So I personally believe, based on what I know, my personal opinion is that they made up that story to try to get Patrick out of trouble. I don't think Patrick was involved in the actual shooting part, but I highly doubt that he was protesting. I have a feeling that he was kind of just sitting there being a bystander and they didn't want him to look that bad. And it worked because Patrick in the end he was put on leave while they were investigating, of course, but then he got to be a police officer again. He has since left the force, and I found from his LinkedIn that he's now working in IT, which is, he left being a police officer completely. Very interesting. That's a side quest though. Let's get back to the main story. So after Caitlin is struck, Nate and Patrick say that Patrick rushed down to their patrol car and started the car while Nate was right behind him with Caitlin in his arms. And he was carrying Caitlin to the car, got her in the car, and they rushed her to the hospital, but it was too late. Caitlin passed away. There's some people that question why they didn't call an ambulance, and I don't know the ins and outs of police work, obviously, but to me, this part of the story anyway, does make sense because they could get her in the police car, whereas instead of waiting for an ambulance, they could get her in the car and turn their lights on so that they could rush to the hospital probably faster than an ambulance could. So that part makes sense to me, at least.
Depends on the area.
Nate eventually
this was in
takes
St.
a
Louis,
plea
Missouri.
deal, and in February of 2020, both the prosecution and the defense agree that Nate should be sentenced to 7 years in prison. He ended up pleading guilty to involuntary manslaughter. But of course, Nate got paroled, and he didn't even have to serve 4 years of his sentence before he was out. So he's a free man now. So remember how at the beginning I said reserve your judgment because there's more to this story that meets the eye? Well, that's where this part comes in, because it's possible that they weren't playing Russian roulette at all. Caitlin's mother has been pursuing legal action against Nate for wrongful death civil suits, stuff like that. Unfortunately, Nate has filed for bankruptcy and she can't get any money out of him. But in all the legal action that was taken, Caitlin's family side of the story has come to light some very different things. Caitlin's family claims that the stories that came out, the whole Russian roulette story that made the news, was actually the police department's story. / it might have been Patrick and Nate's story that they told the police station, and therefore it's all from the police station, the police department's point of view, to make them look as good and as least guilty as possible. Allegedly, according to Caitlin's family, Nate has a history of severe anxiety, depression, and PTSD. PTSD most likely from being in the Marines. He has shown troubling behavior in the past, including, completely allegedly, that he has made other girlfriends in the past play Russian roulette with him as well, or similar gunplay games. Their lawsuit alleged that the night that this happened, neighbors could hear screaming from Nate's apartment. That the night this happened, before Caitlin passes away, neighbors claim that they heard a man and a woman fighting badly, yelling at each other. They allege that it's possible Nate just put this bullet in his gun and straight up shot Caitlin. And if that's not the case, he was either forcing or coercing her into playing Russian roulette. That the whole story the police department put out was to, again, paint Nate and therefore the police department in a better light. It's also way easier for the public to blame this whole thing on Caitlin then, because if they were both consenting adults playing Russian roulette, we could just say, play stupid games, win stupid prizes, right? My very personal opinion, based on what I know, and based on what I know about true crime, just statistically, it is more likely that a young man, especially between the ages of like 18 and 30, are possibly going to be violent towards partners, and there's going to be a DV situation. Just statistically speaking, that is more likely than the story that the police department put out. And I just think that the mere fact that he was reportedly wearing a bulletproof vest proves this. The odds were in his favor from the beginning, so even if they were deciding to play Russian roulette together,
Is it common to play this by aiming at somebody else?
It was never an equal playing field to begin with. That mere fact makes this whole thing seem weird to me, because who would agree to play that game with somebody who's wearing a bulletproof vest? That's like two people being pushed out of an airplane, except one of them has a parachute and the other one doesn't, and then we all blame the one who doesn't have a parachute for dying when they were pushed. So I don't know. This whole thing just seems fishy to me. The St. Louis Police Department also has a history for being problematic and being corrupt. And so I'm just saying the alternative story to this would not surprise me whatsoever. I just have a hard time believing that Caitlin was like, yeah, let's play that, when the other person playing with her had a bulletproof vest on. It sounds way more like she was either forced, heavily coerced, or they weren't playing that game at all. That this was strictly a DV partner violence situation, and they made up the Russian roulette story after the fact. So our last Russian roulette story today is about the magician illusionist from Finland named Imo Likes. Imo was born on May 12th, 1947, and by the time he was a teenager, he was already interested in performing. He was known for really pushing the boundaries and doing very seemingly dangerous acts to stay ahead of the competition. Apparently, the competition was really rough for street performers and circus performers at this time, because with the rise of television in the 1960s, it was really hard to get an edge above other entertainment. He was famous for tricks like walking on broken glass, eating, swallowing shards of glass. He also liked to do tricks where it appears like he's in serious mortal danger. So he had a guillotine trick. He also had a very, very realistic looking hanging stunt. He was so good at this hanging stunt that he was hired as a stunt double for the 1973 Finnish movie called The Earth is a Sinful Song. And a character in that movie does that at the end of the movie as a way to, end themselves. And so they used Imo as a stunt double for that scene because he was so good at this trick, and they show the whole thing in the movie. I went to go just watch that scene because it's all in Finnish and it's super realistic. He was also really famous for performing hypnosis on his audience members, but Imo had to stop this in 1975 after he did it on a 10-year-old girl who was so well hypnotized that she had to be hospitalized because when they were trying to snap her out of it, she wouldn't return to normal. I don't really know what that means, but that's what the reports say. However, one of Imo's most shocking and popular acts was his version of Russian roulette. He would do his own little version of this trick by having a box of blanks and of real bullets, and they were supposedly indistinguishable from each other. Neither of them were marked, and they looked exactly the same. So he would either mix them up and load the gun with them, or he would have an audience member mix them up and load the gun with them. The performance then is him being able to know or predict which bullet next in the gun was either a blank or a real bullet. So when he said that he used telepathy, that he literally had telepathy skills and he could tell. So if it was a real bullet, he would aim it at a target and shoot the target. But then the next one, if he knew that it was a blank, he would point it at his, you know. And to be clear, just because it was a blank, don't do that. He was specially trained in doing this, but that can still be dangerous even if nothing actually comes out of the gun. Anyway, he was doing this act for over a year. He had done it literally hundreds of times. One report I saw said that he had done this at least 200 times without incident. Without incident. When, as far as we understand, this was a real trick that he had telepathy to know which was which. But then in September of 1976, at the age of 29, Imos's luck and telepathy skills ran out. He was doing this act for an audience and he thought that the next round was a blank. He pointed it at, you know, and he shot and it was not a blank. Everyone actually thought that this was part of the performance at first. Everybody at first didn't even move because they thought that he was just pretending, that he was just acting for entertainment purposes. But it obviously became clear very quickly that it was not part of the act and that this was very real. And the audience, of course, panics and runs away. I have searched high and low, you guys, trying to figure out how the hell he did this trick, because it matters, right? Like, surely he had some way of knowing which was which, because the odds of doing this, not only like shooting it hundreds of times, but doing the whole round hundreds of times and nothing happening, is just statistically so unlikely. And we also know that telepathy is not a real thing. I'm sorry to burst your bubble, but nobody actually has telepathic skills. If they claim they do, they're trying to get attention on social media. Other magicians have done a similar trick, and it's successful because they're usually able to give the illusion that the gun is loaded with one single bullet, but it's not at all. Typically, they're able to make it look like they're loading it, and then they can palm the bullet, or there's some other magic behind the scenes trick where the magician is never in any danger. But it seemed like with Imos, he was always in danger. So my personal opinion is that there was some other trick that we didn't know about, where he did know which ones were the blanks and which ones were the bullets somehow. Somehow he had some other trick up his sleeve and he just claimed that it was telepathy. I think that most likely that is what happened, and then there was a mistake. And then he made an error, he calculated wrong, one of the bullets was put in a different place that wasn't where it wasn't supposed to be. Something went awry, and that is how tragedy struck. Because the other alternative is that he literally just got so unbelievably lucky all this time. We still don't know the full details. Like I said, I've looked high and low. I have found little news articles from a newspaper from that actual time reporting on this, and it does not say anything about how this actually happened. So this is a really interesting Russian roulette death because it's there's still an air of mystery to it to this day, which is funny given that it was a magician / illusionist to do this. If you guys are interested in any of the merch, that is all listed down below. We have Future Ghost. We've got
do you guys want to watch more videos, or do you want to listen to music? He's also a postman in the hobby. God, that reminds me, I should probably play Fallout tomorrow, huh? It's been a while. More videos. Excuse me. Hmm. Hmm. how about Petal Palmer? I've been watching some of her stuff more recently as well. Mm. Would you take a short video suggestion? Maybe. Let's do the most popular one. I'm pretty sure I've watched this one before, but it was like several years ago. We're hiring in Canada. Canada's not a real place. Fuck off. Those people don't really exist.
Here in Colorado.
Reminder to be careful of who you trust with your health.
Mistakes that caused someone their life.
And told his parents they needed to operate, and soon.
$4.5 million medical nightmare.
Doctors will have to register any problems from their past.
Any malpractice cases that they have lost or even settled.
Ended when Michael's life did.
He went through 32 months of hell.
It's the beginning of the end for me.
Everyone should know about a doctor's mistakes.
I trusted him. I did.
You overlook a lot of things when you're that scared.
This all shouldn't have happened.
Today, we are going to be discussing the case of Michael Skolnick. Michael was a nursing student and a part-time EMT. You would have honestly thought that his issues would have been an easy fix, but what his healthcare team did to him rather turned out to be possibly one of the most botched unfolding of procedures. And because of these procedures, Michael would spend the rest of his few years of life suffering before he passed away. But what makes this case even worse was that they soon discovered that Michael's surgeon was holding a very big secret from them. And it was so bad, they needed to create a law to avoid this from happening to someone else. This case was actually suggested by a subscriber, Vtuber. I am so sorry if I didn't pronounce your name right, but thank you so much for suggesting this case. And just to introduce myself, my name is Petal Palmer, and on this channel I post anything involving medical mysteries and crime. If that sounds interesting to you, please consider subscribing if you like it. Alright, let's get into this case.
Yeah, I like her videos. I'm not always a big fan of the way that she delivers her script readings, but Petal is a really interesting YouTuber. She mostly talks about medical stuff. And I believe that she is a former cancer patient herself. I think her cancer is in remission. And it's fun to go through her her videos and watch her hair like slowly grow back from chemo. So I think she's doing a lot better now. So if you like medical stuff, this is a really good channel. I have her pinned in the chat if you want to go and follow her or check out her shit.
Michael Jared Skolnick was born near Denver, Colorado on March 15th, 1979. He was the only child to parents Patty and David Skolnick. But despite being the only child, his parents would describe him as having so many interests and hobbies, it almost felt like there were two children. As a kid, Michael was very active. He stayed involved in anything he can get his hands in, really. Whenever his dad was out doing any sort of handiwork, Michael was always out alongside to help him. In particular, one thing that's pretty cool is that he'd often spend time in the garage rebuilding cars with his dad. And he also loved the water. Anytime it was summer, Michael would get so excited spending time out on the boat with his uncle. And as a kid, he was quite the mischievous little prankster. When he was 7, he thought it would be the funniest April Fool's prank to break an egg.
That's a really
Patty's
cute picture.
face. So he grabs this egg and smacks it on his mom's face, and she couldn't help but just laugh as her little 7-year-old son is in front of her cracking up over this broken egg. But that has just truly always been Michael. He was somebody who wanted to make people laugh. He wanted others to feel good. His father would say he was the kid who would stand up for somebody anytime they were being picked on or bullied, regardless regardless if he knew them at all. Michael just had so much joy in being able to help others, and this was a trait he possessed from as early as he could remember. And with this genuine compassion and care he had for others, it was no surprise that Michael wanted to go to nursing school with hopes of becoming a registered nurse. And he actually did nursing school while working as an EMT. With this job, Michael started gaining so much experience in the healthcare field. He started to learn a variety of different skills, critical procedures, and he was learning how to truly help somebody in a life-threatening situation. It would have been a normal day for him to provide first aid treatment for patients needing admission in the hospital. And this role was perfect for Michael because he was able to do what he loved doing, which was helping others while being in a healthcare environment. And nursing school was something he excelled at. It's no secret that nursing is a difficult subject to study, but that was Michael's passion, and he was going to make sure he did all his classes and learned everything necessary to become the best nurse he possibly could. Something in particular that really stuck with Patty was Michael's profound outlook on life. She actually recalled a moment when Michael was 13 years old and they were discussing the topic of religion and God. Michael was telling her how he doesn't believe in God and that he doesn't really feel like a very religious person. And so Patty then asked him what he would think if he found out that there was a God. And Michael actually replied something along the lines of, well, if God is real and he's supposed to be forgiving, he will forgive me for not believing in him. This moment just always stuck with Patty because it really showed that even as a 13-year-old, Michael just had this deep way of thinking, and this was something she seriously admired so much about him. But this story would take a tragic turn when Michael had started encountering some concerning situations regarding his health. On the morning of September 17th, 2001, Michael had woken up and made his way out the door to head to his classes. And after he went to all of his classes, he headed home to spend the rest of the day just relaxing on this Monday afternoon. But after a few hours had gone by, all of a sudden, Michael would suddenly collapse. And just a short period of time would go by when Michael starts waking up. Now, while this would be a very startling moment for anybody, especially presumably a healthy 22-year-old guy, Michael was actually not shocked at all because this had actually been going on for the past few months. There had been another instance 3 months prior when he had actually lost consciousness for the very first time. But this initial incident wasn't too concerning for him because he had no other symptoms indicating that there was something wrong. He must have initially thought that the fainting had something to do with maybe being dehydrated or standing up too quickly, something that must have been easy for him to treat at home. It would be finally after the second occurrence when Michael would say, okay, you know what? Something is wrong. I need to go see a doctor about this. And it was at this point he called his parents and he told them, hey, I just fainted again. I think I need to go to the ER to go see a physician. And so his parents would then subsequently head home, pick Michael up, and they would shortly leave to arrive at the local hospital's emergency department. When Michael gets checked into a room, he would then be met with a doctor, and the doctor would initially start by going over Michael's health history and asking him important questions about his symptoms and any medications he was taking. And it was at this point Michael had told him, yeah, I'm currently on a medication called Wellbutrin. Now, Wellbutrin is also known as bupropion, and this is an antidepressant often used to treat conditions such as depression, but this medication could also be used to help treat those who are trying to quit smoking. And in this case, that is what Michael was using it for. He was using Wellbutrin to help quit smoking. And it would be after he tells him this when the doctor would tell Michael, look, I think the reason you might have fainted is because of the Wellbutrin, as fainting is one of the possible side effects of this drug. So at this point, they would then order for Michael to do a spinal tap, and a spinal tap is a procedure where they use a long needle to get some cerebral spinal fluid out of your back in order to test it to see if there's something wrong with your brain. So after he gets this done and they wait for the results, the doctor would come back and tell them that the results were actually inconclusive. It was at this point the doctor said to them, look, I'm going to order you a CT scan, and that should hopefully help see what may be causing the problem. And when the results had came back, to their hope, they had fortunately gotten a little more insight on what could have been possibly going wrong, because in his CT scan, they'd find that they looked to be a small little round dot in his brain. And this dot was consistent with what they would call a colloid cyst. To be exact, in his chart, the radiologist had wrote that there was a tiny round hyperdensity, which may represent a very small colloid cyst, which does not appear to create any ventricular obstruction at this time. Recommended further evaluation with MRI. And the doctor would reassure them that if this was a colloid cyst, it was likely something he was just born with and that there was nothing they should be concerned about regarding the cyst. However, they started thinking that Michael might have instead been suffering from a seizure disorder. And because this radiologist had recommended an MRI to get a more in-depth view, it would be the next day when Michael would go in and get an MRI done on his head. And again, like the day before, they would essentially say the exact same thing. Again, noted and without change is a small 4.2 millimeter area, most likely represents a colloid cyst, which is causing no ventricular obstruction. This is good news. There's no mystery illness. Doctors know exactly what's wrong, and surely they should be working on a treatment plan to help deal with this small cyst. And so the family would head home from the ER, and just to be safe, of course, Patty would start trying to contact different physicians to get a second opinion. She would start by reaching out to Michael's primary care physician to let him know about the situation, and then she would go on to get in contact with a nearby neurosurgeon we will be referring to as Dr. M. Dr. M was an experienced neurosurgeon. He had been working in the medical field for over 10 years at this point. There's a lot more information I found on him, but you'll see why. I'll be getting into that a little bit later. It would be during this phone call with Dr. M when he would hit Patty with the most alarming news that would soon tragically change this family's lives. On this phone call, Dr. M had straight up just told Patty that Michael's condition was so bad he needed to be immediately admitted into the ICU at the nearby community hospital. He would go on to tell her that they are so lucky that she contacted him because if they didn't, Michael could have seriously died. He told her that colloid cysts are just so dangerous and just all these things she should be concerned about. Patty had no time to even think about what he was saying. She just needed to immediately tell Michael and David what was going on. So after what must have felt like forever while packing, the family shortly left on their way to get to the Valley View Hospital. When they arrived, Michael was checked in, and shortly after, the staff would enter his room and let them know that they needed to do their own CT scan and that they will proceed from there. So once Michael gets the scan done and they wait for the results, Dr. M would come into his room, introduce himself, and then he would get into the results from the CT scan. So he pulls out the paper with the image of the scan on it, and they were shocked with what he said to them, because he would inform them that this cyst was apparently so bad and that the ventricles in Michael's brain were so enlarged and he just had so much fluid that there was just so much pressure in his head and that there was in fact major obstruction. Contrastingly different to what the ER doctors told him. And Dr. M would go on to tell them that in order to treat this, they would need to immediately insert a ventricular drain in Michael's head to drain the fluid and decrease this pressure. And he'd follow this by saying that Michael would also need to have a brain surgery after this drain placement just within the next few days. But while he is saying this, he is just talking about it like it's the most nonchalant procedure ever. He was telling them that it was no big deal. Michael would be out within 6 days. He's done hundreds of these, and that it would be honestly just a walk in the park to get this done. So while this was shocking news to the family because they were fully under the impression that this cyst wasn't anything that seemed to be an emergent issue, Patty was actually very grateful at this moment because she was just elated that this doctor, this neurosurgeon who must be very skilled in this field of medicine, had noticed something that the ER doctors didn't. Had they not gone to see him, they would have never discovered how bad Michael's condition truly was. She was just glad to have this doctor who wanted to save her child's life. So at this point, Patty, David, and Michael would start discussing their thoughts on what they should do.
I'm glad that you like it.
Just talking about how they felt about it, whether Michael was comfortable, if they thought this was a good decision. They were making sure that they as a family could just feel content in this decision for Michael to follow through with this drain placement. They would ask Dr. M a series of questions to try to determine if this was a necessary decision. And Dr. M would reply that this procedure is what they needed to do. Everything that is happening or everything that would happen is essential to saving Michael's life. If he doesn't get this fluid drained from his head, there could be some serious consequences. So after some careful deliberation, they all unanimously decided that this drain placement would be the best course of action in order to save Michael. Dr. M would then leave the room to get the paperwork, and when he came back, Michael would then sign the forms consenting to getting this drain placed. And Dr. M would continue to reassure them that this was just a simple procedure and that there was nothing to be worried about. This really helped Patty and David feel a bit more relaxed on the procedure they knew was coming. Shortly after this conversation, they would then request that Patty and David leave the room so they could start preparing Michael for this operation. But it was soon after this point when the family would be absolutely blindsided by what Dr. M decided to do. They were under the impression that Michael would be brought to an operating room where they would use specific accuracy-based equipment. But what they soon found out was that this operation was rather going to be in Michael's room, done bedside, and performed using a hand drill. And this was when red flags first started going off for the family. The concerns would just grow even worse because it was not too shortly after this when Michael's procedure began going left. At some point during this drain placement, Patty and David started seeing staff members flooding in and out of Michael's room. So obviously concerned, when one of the nurses walked out of his room, the parents quickly asked, like, hey, what's going on? Is everything okay? And this nurse would tell them, yeah, like the doctor just gave Michael too much sedation, so we had to help him breathe. But he's looking much more stable now. And at some point, Dr. M had finally exited the room, and David quickly approached him and confirmed, hey, did Michael arrest? And Dr. M just replied, who told you that? At this time, this didn't really seem like a red flag for the parents because they were more so concerned with just getting in that room to see Michael. But looking back at it, this reply was just odd and honestly kind of rude. And finally, when they were allowed into his room, they look at Michael and he is just fully unconscious under sedation. Dr. M would again tell them that there was just too much fluid in Michael's head, but what he followed this with was something that made them panic, because it was later that night when he came into Michael's room and he told Patty and David, I need to operate in the next 48 hours or Michael will die. Michael's condition was so bad, he would need to have an emergency brain surgery in order to save his life. In this moment, Patty and David must have been absolutely terrified because here they were, after arriving at the hospital 48 hours ago, and now they're being told that in the exact same time frame of 48 hours, if they don't get this procedure done, their only son, Michael, would be gone. So of course, frantically, they started trying to figure out what they possibly could do to ensure that not only Michael got the best possible care, but that he would be able to do so in this very short time frame. Time was literally ticking. This doctor had convinced them that if they wanted their son to stay alive, there were no possible delays they could make. And Dr. M would honestly just try his best to help them feel at ease. He would even tell them that this was actually a very simple operation. He said that they would be using equipment that had microscopic pinpointing accuracy, and all they needed to do was simply open up the lobes, grab the cyst, and take it out. But even with all of the reassurance, Patty and David were just not able to think straight. Their son is unconscious after stopping breathing earlier in the day, and now they're being told that if he didn't get this surgery done soon, Michael would be gone forever. And in situations like these, when you know that if you don't act quickly, that something so traumatic can happen, it's extremely hard to think or even process things. Here's an authority figure, a trusted doctor, a neurosurgeon, telling them that all of this needed to happen in order to save their son's life. And while they're obviously nodding and seeming to be engaged in this conversation, they're obviously very anxious and could only think about what would soon happen to their son and what would happen if they don't make a quick decision. But when they would get home, they would again be hit with some shocking news that they were not expecting. Because when they opened their door, turned on their lights, and headed inside their home, they would notice that there was a letter in the fax machine. And when they went to the fax machine to check this letter, they would see that they got a note from their primary care physician, or PCP. And it was when they started reading this letter that their hearts must have absolutely dropped. Because in this letter, their PCP would tell them that Michael's cyst was actually just fine. There was nothing regarding the cyst that was causing him any sort of issues. It was a benign cyst. He would write in this letter, quote, "It is benign and will probably never grow or change. We will do an MRI in 8 to 12 months, still get EEG, call me." He told them that they should not do anything. And all they had to do was revisit him in a few months to get an MRI to just make sure everything was all good. He was basically telling them exactly what the ER doctors had been saying, that if this is a colloid cyst, it seems to not be doing anything and Michael should overall be just fine. So at this point, Patty and David just had so much new information to process, and Patty was just itching to get to the hospital the next day to show Dr. M this letter. It would be that next morning on September 20th when they woke up, got ready, and headed down to the hospital. And the first thing Patty made sure to do was show this to Dr. M, the letter she received from their PCP. So she gets out the letter, which she made sure to highlight with rubber bands, and as soon as she saw Dr. M, she immediately whipped it out and said, "Look, this is what our doctor had told us. It seems that everything was fine with Michael." But he would just say to them, This is a primary care physician. I'm a neurosurgeon. Just essentially saying, he's just a PCP, you're just a mom, you should listen to me, what this smart neurosurgeon is telling you. That was essentially the vibe that Patty was getting. And it would be throughout this day following Michael's drain placement when they would give Michael so much medication in such a short period of time. They gave him 10 doses of morphine, 2 doses of oxycodone, and a dose of a sedative called droperidol. And these drugs were given over a course of 10 hours. Like, they just gave Michael so much drugs, it would be so hard to fathom not only how he was physically feeling, but how he was mentally feeling and thinking as well. And the issue with this is that it wouldn't be too long after when Dr. M would come into Michael's room, and while in this heavily medicated state, he would put this consent form in front of Michael, just telling him, hey, like, you need to sign this, like, to get this brain surgery done. Do you want to sign it? We are talking about somebody who just had a plethora of medications just after having a drain placed in his head. And this doctor thought that this would be the perfect moment to get a consent for brain surgery. And worst of it all, he got this consent from Michael without Patty or David or just anyone who wasn't in a post-operative and heavily medicated state being present. So that next day on Friday the 21st at around 3 p.m., Michael would be wheeled into this operating room to get this surgery done on his brain. And while this is happening, Patty and David would ask Dr. M, like, wait, how is he getting into the operating room? What about the consent? To which he would reply, oh, Michael signed the consent form the other evening. And so now they're just a little confused to find out that Michael had gone ahead and made this decision to do this procedure, especially without even mentioning this to them. They were such a tight-knit family. Any type of huge decision like this was something that the three of them would talk about and typically make as a collective. In particular, it was very unlike Michael to go through with doing something like this without even requesting to speak to his parents. And this procedure was meant to take 3 long hours. However, once 6 p.m. hit, 3 hours after Michael had been brought into the operating room, Patty and David were still left sitting in the lobby waiting for somebody to come out. 7 p.m. would pass by, nothing. 8 p.m. comes, nothing. And finally 9:30 p.m., 6.5 hours after they began this procedure, Dr. M would walk into the waiting area and approach the parents. And the first thing he would do was kneel on one knee, pull back his hat. He would immediately just blurt out, "This has been the worst year of my life." And so the parents who have just waited 6.5 hours for what should have been a 3-hour-long surgery would look at each other puzzled, and Patty would ask Dr. M, "How is Michael?" And he would just reply, "I found a little bit of matter, but I never found a cyst." And then he would go on to tell them that he thinks he may have accidentally punctured the cyst when going in with the drain, and that he sent this over to pathology, but actually finding the cyst intact was something that he did not do. Instead, he did some heavy manipulation of Michael's brain. Patty and David were in so much shock, they couldn't even possibly hear anything else Dr. M was saying. All they could think about is, where's my son and is he okay? And Dr. M would go on to tell them that not only had Michael been struggling to wake up, but that he would have to be in recovery for much longer than they initially expected. And it would be shortly after this conversation when Patty and David were finally allowed to head into the ICU to see their son. And when they would open that door and walk into his room, they would be absolutely shocked and horrified with the condition that Michael was in. Because when they would look at their son laying in that bed, all they would see was Michael's head wrapped up, and through the bandages, he was looking swollen like they've never seen before. His head was swollen, his eyes were closed shut, and he was just not looking well at all. And Patty and David were terrified because nobody had prepared them for what they would see when they came into his room. And they started thinking to themselves, like, is this normal? Is he supposed to look like this after a procedure? Regardless if this was or not, they knew deep down that something was wrong. And at this point, David would just look at Michael and just straight up say, "Patty, they really hurt him." This was the first time David had truly realized the harm they'd done to his son, and he was fully witnessing the extent of it. And they were just anxious to see if Michael would even wake up from this, because Michael's neurological exam would show that he had suffered some significant trauma to his brain. during that 6.5-hour procedure. On this weekend, Dr. M was not in the hospital, which was strange considering he just performed the surgery and should have probably been overseeing Michael's care. But it was on that Sunday when the locum doctor who was covering for him would enter Michael's room and tell them that they needed to remove the drain from his head because it actually didn't drain much, if any, fluid. So at this point, the doctor started unwrapping the bandages from his head. And when they were done, Patty and David looked at Michael, and it was at this moment their heart must have absolutely sunk, because this was when they were able to see the full extent of what truly happened to Michael. Because when they looked at their son, all they saw clear as day was that part of the front of his skull had been removed and pulled back. It was at this exact moment they had realized that Michael had actually had a major procedure done called a craniotomy. And a craniotomy is a type of surgical procedure where a surgeon would remove part of somebody's skull in order to access their brain. In this moment, Patty and David were absolutely stunned because they had not been told that Michael would be undergoing a craniotomy. All they were told was that this would be in the top of his head. They would open it up a little and they were going to simply take out the cyst. Nobody told them that Michael's head would be completely cut open. And it would be after this realization when Patty and David just sat there in silence, just stunned, thinking about what was actually going on. They in fact sat there for almost 12 hours, not saying a word to each other, just complete silence, because they were shocked with the situation that they realized they're now in. This craniotomy was the last straw for them because they were never told that this would be happening, and nobody told them the possibilities that could happen if this procedure went wrong and they couldn't find the cyst. What was supposed to be an estimated stay of less than a week following a minor cyst extraction soon turned into Michael needing to spend the next few months in the ICU, and it would be during those months when Michael would just absolutely suffer through the worst health complications. Anytime he would recover from one life-threatening situation or complication, another one would just shortly pop up, and this was constantly happening throughout his stay in the ICU. Some of these complications included an intracerebral hemorrhage, recurring brain abscesses, hydrocephalus, pulmonary embolism, recurring MRSA infection and sepsis, intracerebral yeast infection, and respiratory arrest. And Patty and David would explain that none of these symptoms or side effects were described to them
and watching videos and drawing.
And it would be a whole 5 months that would go by with Michael in the ICU when the care team had decided to transfer him into a rehabilitation hospital. But this is where the most shocking things started getting revealed in this case, because it would be during this transfer when Patty and David would be informed that during Michael's initial operation 5 months ago, there had been an
100 Chocobo, thanks for the
heavy
follow.
manipulation of the brain. And because of this heavy manipulation, Dr. M had not only performed a partial frontal lobotomy, but he removed part of the hypothalamus from Michael's brain. And these procedures were expected to be accompanied by some very serious chronic complications for Michael during this time. He would become 50% blind. He would have hemiparalysis, lose his short-term memory, have severe seizure disorder, have thalamic chronic pain syndrome, become severely immunocompromised, and he even suffered from hallucinations and psychosis. But the most ridiculous part of it all was that these were things that the ICU had kept from Michael's parents for the first 5 months of him staying there. Not only did the ICU not disclose any information about the intra or post-operative complications Michael could possibly face, but they didn't inform them about the expected chronic impairment that would come from a procedure like this. The family would instead find out about these complications while in the receiving rehabilitation center. Not once during their 5-month stay in the ICU were they told about any of this. And Michael would subsequently go on to spend the next 22 months in rehabilitation hospitals interspersed with constant readmissions for escalation of care in both step-down units and ICUs. And the day would actually come when Michael had gotten stable enough to finally be discharged from the hospital. But unfortunately, to their dismay, the joy from this discharge would not last too long, because it would be only shortly after when Michael would go into multiple organ failure. It was after this episode when Michael would lose the ability to walk, talk, laugh, eat, or even hug and embrace his parents ever again. And so Patty and David would bring him to the family house, which they had transformed into a home ICU, and they would be by his side to provide the most care to him while he was in this vegetative state. In this home ICU, they had installed a medical bed, Gallman lifts, stairway chairs, a shower chair, a bowel program, wheelchair ramps, and they even purchased a medically equipped wheelchair which was able to be used in van transport. They really just made sure that Michael would be able to live comfortably at home and have access to any and every kind of medical device he needed. But it would be also during this time when Patty and David would be in a constant fight with insurance companies, just pleading for them to help cover and support this quality home healthcare situation that they got all set up. For Michael's continuous care, he would need to get a tube in his windpipe called a tracheostomy. He would need a feeding tube in his stomach called a gastronomy, and he even needed a suprapubic catheter, which is a tube inserted in the bladder. These were all necessary for him because he had such limited movement following all of his complications. Additionally, Michael would not only need to receive daily injections, but he also needed to take 27 medications, which Patty would grind up to be administered to him through his feeding tube every day. Not only this, but Michael was just suffering from the most painful and debilitating side effects. The only way Michael would be able to get through the day was if he was given continuous doses of sedative medications. He had this really excruciating neuropathic pain, which people often describe as feeling like this shooting or burning ache accompanied by tingling, numbness, or a loss of sensation. And in addition to dealing with these debilitating physical side effects, Michael would also be suffering from the most cruel and immeasurable mental side effects as well. Michael's cognitive ability had actually been decreased to the level of a third grader. And around this time, he would only be able to raise his right hand in a sort of spasm in order to describe how he was feeling. And the things he was describing with his right hand were absolutely heartbreaking. Just a trigger warning of self-harm. There would be times when Michael would raise his hand to his head to imitate the trigger of a gun, implying that he did not want to be alive anymore. For months, this was an action that Michael would repeat multiple times on a daily basis. One day, Patty had traveled for a brief trip to Atlanta. However, when she arrived and got off the plane, she was sent a text that made her immediately turn around to head home, because it was on this day Michael had suffered from a complication so bad he needed to be readmitted to the hospital in the ICU. On that night, Michael had been in his bed, presumably about to go to sleep, but suddenly he started to seize as he was having an acute grand mal seizure. This is essentially the most visible and recognized type of seizure, as it's associated with uncontrolled convulsions and other muscle movements. But while Michael is in bed seizing, all of this would go unnoticed because the LPN who was working as what they call a night sitter for Michael had fallen asleep at his bedside and did not see that any of this was happening at all. And it would be shortly after the seizure when Michael had aspirated and developed a type of pneumonia. When Patty had gotten the message saying come home, she didn't even need to think twice. She was immediately on her way home because she knew that something must have been going on with Michael. And when her plane would land and she would get out of the airport, the first thing she did was head over to the hospital to see her son. It was while she was there, she would find out that Michael's temperature had been at an 80, and she would see David just sitting there beside Michael, reassuring him that she was on her way. He was just repeating to him, just hold on for mom, just hold on for mom. And Michael would go through the next few days on life support as his condition grew worse. At some point, Patty and David had to come to accept that Michael might just have to make the most difficult decision possible. He was going to decide if he wanted to stay alive or not. They told him that he has the options. He could either stay on life support or he could be taken off and pass away. Michael at this point was still unable to talk, but he was conscious. So they devised a system for him. They told him that if he wanted to stay on life support, to squeeze their hand once, but if he wanted to be taken off, to squeeze their hand twice. They did this for the next 24 hours, and Michael squeezed their hand twice every time, indicating his desire to pass away comfortably with them by his side. And it would be on June 4th, 2004, 32 months after Michael had gone through that initial procedure, when he would open his eyes to look at his parents by his side. And it was at this moment he would mouth the words, "I love you," before his eyes would shut and he would pass away at the age of 25. But that is most definitely not where the story ends, because it would be only after Michael's passing when Patty and David would find out information that would change this whole case. They had found out that in 1999, 2 years before Michael had undergone this drain placement and brain surgery, an article had been published stating that the procedure Michael went through wasn't even recommended as the first line of treatment for colloid cysts. The doctors who had published this article wrote, "We feel that endoscopic surgery should be considered as the first-line surgical modality for the treatment of colloid cysts. It offers the advantages of direct tumor visualization while being a minimally invasive technique. But what was so shocking about this situation was the fact that Dr. M, who was the one overseeing Michael's care, had not even brought this up once as an alternative option to treat this
Rodri
cyst. The
Souls, thanks for
Skolniks
the
were not
follow.
told anything about these less invasive alternatives. Dr. M would only go on to tell them that Michael's life needed to be saved and that the only way to be able to do so was doing this brain surgery. But while this may not have been the case, this kind of could show a clear example of a hospital or a healthcare provider treating this field as a business endeavor as opposed to the duty of trying to save lives. Providers want to make revenue and profit, and guess what makes a lot of money? Surgeries and procedures. So Dr. M going on to withhold critical information from this family could be viewed sort of as a way of trying to not lose this customer who would be making this expensive purchase from this procedure. But this wouldn't be the only news Patty and David had discovered about the surgeon, because they would soon learn that Dr. M had actually been substantially over-exaggerating his experience to them. He had initially described this drain placement and surgery as a walk in the park, a procedure that he's done hundreds of times before. But what Patty and David soon found out was that he had actually not performed this procedure hundreds of times before, but this was rather only his second time doing it. Before operating on Michael, Dr. M had only performed this procedure one other time. A stark difference from the hundreds of patients that he described he had done this on. And even worse of it all, they soon discovered that in addition to the lack of experience with this particular surgery, Dr. M actually had not one, but multiple suits of malpractice against him from other states. None of this information was available to them before going through with these procedures, and none of these risks or complications involved were discussed with them either. Informed consent is meant to be a two-way conversation where the healthcare provider ensures that they tell their patients and their chosen loved ones all of the risks associated with going through a certain treatment, letting them know what their options are or what could happen if they don't follow through with it or if they do follow through with it. Michael had suffered every known complication that could be possibly associated with a procedure like this, yet none of these complications had even been brought up to them while they were meeting with their providing surgeon. And because Patty and David hadn't been there when a heavily sedated Michael had signed the consent form for the brain surgery, they will never truly know what that conversation entailed. But what they do know is that the conversation should have never taken place, because no physician should be asking a patient to make a difficult decision when they're under such heavy medications just a few hours after an operation. What could be said is that this surgeon had been viewing this consent as a way to negate liability in case something went wrong. What could be happening a lot of the times is that one engaging in informed consent is viewed as a one-time event as opposed to a shared decision-making conversation with the patient and their families. But this story is why informed consent should never be an event. It should always be a process, because things change. A post-operative patient is not the same person they were as a pre-operative patient. Decisions are made much differently if one is in severe pain, or if they're heavily medicated, or even if they're extremely fatigued. In these moments, they're not able to think clearly to make such major life decisions like this. And alternative options and risks should always be disclosed to the patient and their loved ones. If Patty and David and Michael knew that there was a procedure that was recommended as the first line of care and that it was much less invasive, the outcome of this situation would have most likely been completely different. And the saddest part about this story is the fact that none of this even needed to happen, because it was concluded that the small cyst in Michael's head.
My dream desk finally came in. It's the Ergo Electric Standing Desk by Very. It took me less.
Was not the cause of his symptoms. He did not need to go through a surgery to remove anything. When medical experts would review this case, they would just find a list of things that were done completely wrong in this situation, in addition to everything just mentioned. During Michael's 6.5-hour brain surgery, the family was told there would be 3 other staff besides the neurosurgeon who were present for this operation. However, What they soon discovered was that there had actually been another surgeon who was supposed to be present during the surgery, but this surgeon had actually refused to scrub in as they didn't believe that there was any good reason Michael should have been undergoing such a surgery at the time. All of this was information that had been withheld from the family before and during Michael's time in the ICU. Trusting an authority figure like a physician is something that is so common for one to do, especially in scenarios like these when people are given such a short timeline for decision making under the pretense that the longer they wait, the more likely there will be a tragic outcome. And after all of this trauma, Patty and David would really be left to go through the next few years constantly thinking about how they could just blindly trust this man and how they could just agree to do so much of what he was saying. But this is where the conversation of medical transparency and power dynamics come into play. Like many others, this surgeon was dealing with his family while they were in possibly one of the most vulnerable states they've ever been in. It's so easy, especially in a state like this, to have trust in somebody who, based on all of their qualifications and all their experience, should be somebody who knows what they're talking about in a situation like this. It is so common for people to blindly trust others who are in a state of authority, especially when it's in an area that they themselves are not specialized in. You would think that after all those years of studying and all those years of practice and after taking the Hippocratic oath to do no harm, that somebody like a neurosurgeon is somebody you can trust with your health and your life. But it's sad that in a case like this family had to unfortunately see firsthand and experience the lack of truthfulness and trustworthiness some doctors may actually have. If only there'd been an open conversation discussing the family's needs, their goals, what they wanted to get out of this, what was something they couldn't stand for happening, what were the other options, they would have been able to make a decision that best suited their needs and would have hopefully saved Michael's life. Even just before going in to meet with this surgeon, Patty had been doing her absolute best to make sure that this was the right call for her son. She had started looking for any information she could possibly find on this neurosurgeon, but to her dismay, there was no useful information she could find on this doctor. In fact, the only thing she really found was his name, rank, and serial number. But as time just kept ticking and the fact that the family didn't see any behavioral issues or signs that would ward them off from this doctor, they made the decision to just go through with working with him. So after everything that happened and finding out all of this new information, Patty and David would go on to not only leave a legacy for Michael, but to make sure changes in the healthcare system happen to ensure that this never happens to another family again. They would go on to spend the next few years tirelessly advocating for patients' rights, and they actually initially filed a malpractice lawsuit against this surgeon, but they would later settle this outside of court because not only did they think it was just best for their mental health to be able to legally put this behind them, but it was actually concluded by a board examiner that there was no wrongdoing found in this case, which we're going to get into. In July 2005, Patty had quit her job to start and lead her own advocacy group called Citizens for Patient Safety. And this group would prove to be very successful because it was on March 22nd, 2007 when the Colorado legislature passed the Michael Skolnick Medical Transparency Act, an act stating that important information, including cases of malpractice or any lawsuits that have arisen, must be listed on the public record of healthcare providers in the state. And surely enough, when this act was proposed, there was the select few of physicians who were quite defensive about having this law in pursuit. Many of these physicians were concerned, claiming that this law would make them the target of lawsuits, which is weird because it's kind of just like, in terms of lawsuits, wouldn't you feel more comfortable with patients knowing your previous history so that they can make a more informed decision before going through a procedure and finding out that you were not the most trustworthy doctor to provide that procedure? I don't know. But also, many physicians were actually up for this law being put in place. The Colorado Medical Society, which is the state's largest physician group, had actually been acknowledging this act, stating that it's critical that healthcare providers fully inform their patients or consumers. And with the help of them, alongside Senator Morgan Carroll, they were able to get this law put in place for the state of Colorado. The Colorado Regulatory Agency's department would post a vast list on their websites indicating the details that must be provided on a physician's track record. This includes things such as board certifications and criminal convictions for morally reprehensible felonies or crimes. Physicians would be required to complete these online questionnaires or profiles detailing any experience they've had that would allow patients to make more informed healthcare decisions, all of which were not available to the family before they proceeded with the operations that were done on Michael. And it would be shortly later in 2010 when this act would be expanded, applying this profile requirement to 22 additional additional types of healthcare or licensed providers, including dentists, optometrists, chiropractors, psychologists, and even social workers. This would be done through the Healthcare Professions Profile Program, or HPP, an online database ensuring that providers' information and licensing requirements are all up to date. So here's the surprising thing about the malpractice lawsuit. When Patty was interviewed about the situation in 2009, she declined saying his full name, as she said she was not out to destroy his life. And when doing my research, I did actually find the surgeon's full name, but the reason it's not mentioned much or focus hasn't been on him is because apparently at the request of the Skolnicks, the Colorado Board of Medical Examiners reviewed the case, and they issued no sanctions as they found that there was no wrongdoing involved in this case. In fact, despite Dr. M having settled the Skolnick's malpractice suit outside of court and having 2 other confirmed malpractice claims at other hospitals, the Valley View Hospital and many of Dr. M's former colleagues would actually describe him as an excellent neurosurgeon who had been unfairly targeted. Deb Weepking, the Valley View's old chief clinical officer, had actually defended Dr. M pretty hard, saying that in June 2001, before they hired him, they made sure to do an intensive hiring process to make sure he was well qualified to be a physician on their staff. And she would say, quote, "He's an excellent surgeon. He's been open and honest with the hospital, the medical staff. The hospital is very happy with what he's doing for us in this community." Also, the CEO of Valley View, Gary Brewer, at the time would too heavily defend Dr. M, saying that the hospital
I thought
actually
it was
knew
weird
about
that
his prior
hospitals have
settlements before they
CEOs.
hired him. But they hired him because he was
It's
just
always
this
been really
exemplary
creepy to me.
physician who they claimed to be one of the best trained in the state. Many of his former colleagues would just talk about how he was one of the finest neurosurgeons they've had the pleasure of working with, and that he was just so intelligent and compassionate, and that Glenwood was so lucky to have a physician like him in the community. And many of his defenders would say that Patty just had this personal vendetta against him, despite the fact that from what I can find, she seemed to hardly mention his name anywhere really. But they would say how this was the case of a bad outcome of a surgery as opposed to Dr. M making a mistake. Some would even claim that Patty shouldn't even be granted instant credibility for the act just because it was named after her son. Dr. M would actually go on to say, quote, "I did my best to help her son. If she doesn't think I wake up every day thinking about Michael Skolnick, she's mistaken. Patty isn't the most objective person in this, nor am I, but state medical boards are there for a reason. Just because they didn't support her cause doesn't mean they're ineffective." But one of the main points Patty wanted to drive across was the fact that it didn't really mean much that he wasn't disciplined by the State Board of Medical Examiners, because apparently a statistic from the Center of Justice and Democracy claimed that 2/3 of doctors in the United States with 10 or more malpractice payments are never disciplined by their Board of Medical Examiners. Patty continues to spend her time traveling to different medical campuses across the country, telling Michael's story and raising awareness for patient advocacy. Because at the end of the day, her mission isn't to get back at this surgeon, but instead to ensure that something like this doesn't happen to another family. It's sad that it took this young man going through arguably one of the most cruel surgeries for a law to be passed stating that providers need to be fully transparent with their patients about any information that may be relevant to their history. While it's obviously true that there's a difference between a bad surgery outcome versus a doctor's mistake, this doesn't stop the fact that there was a plethora of information withheld from the family that would have allowed them to make a more informed decision. In addition to just the strange actions that occurred, including having Michael sign consent when he was under heavy medications, Patty would continue to do this work, keeping the promise she made to Michael that she would leave the medical field better than he found it. And they both have successfully ensured that Michael's legacy would continue to live on to save many other people's lives. But that is it for this case. I again would like to thank Fitmore for recommending this story. It's one that I actually did not know about, and I learned so much while researching it. Michael's legacy clearly lives on today because as long as I could remember, I've always seemed to be able to look up information about providers that I had and have proper open conversations with them about possible treatments to go through. And I know had this act not been passed, there could have been a good possibility that all of those conversations would not have even happened. But please let me know what your thoughts are on this story. Thank you so much for watching, and if you like this video, please consider subscribing so you don't miss any other stories involving medical cases, crime, and mysteries. Bye now.
Hilo Coper, I think. Thanks so much for the follow. 'Welcome in.
Old Spice Fiji gives me 24/7 freshness.
Shut up. 24/7 freshness. All right, you guys want more videos or do you want music? Yeah, sad story of a COVID. True. Oof. Mm. No, let's go back to music. Let's go back to music. Just for now. Probably I'm not going to be on for that much longer, honestly. Hmm. I don't know what playlist to play. Short stream today? Yeah, I don't know why I'm feeling like super tired today. Oh, exhausted. Hello. Hmm. Where the fuck did the Cindy go? Did I delete it? Shit. Oh wait, no, it's here. Shit. Oh my god, they gave me a heart attack. That shit took me way too fucking long to just lose it. Jesus. I think also part of it is like when I'm sitting here and I'm drawing and I'm listening to videos, I get so sleepy because I get very like relaxed. This is the first time I'm seeing these characters. One of them is not mine. This one with the burnt up side, that one's mine. The other one isn't. Miss as a friend. Shit. I got a real thick piece for you. Would you rather have 100% of your money be digital or physical? I don't think that I'd ever want my money to be entirely either or, but I guess if I had to choose between the two, probably digital. I just don't want. I don't live in a gray area. I don't think it would be a good idea for me to have. I don't think it'd be a good idea for me to have. What's this thing called? I don't think it'd be a good idea for me to have physical money carried with me all the time. The trick is to invest in land so that your wealth is not tied to money. Why didn't I think of that? Night night. Bye bye. I still don't know what to do with Raven's design. Program is this? This is Clip Studio Paint. I think I've lost my steam for today, actually. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know why. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. I'm not feeling it. But I'll be back to more drawing tomorrow. We still have 2 whole days of streams. Muffin the Lover, thank you so much for the fucking follow. Yeah, it's not necessarily like a bummed out feeling, but I mean, I guess it kind of is because I really want to go on for longer. Well, I kind of don't. I kind of do and don't. That's my problem. But also it's like very slow today and I don't feel like I'm operating at 100%. At the same time, I'm just very hard on myself usually. Holy shit, the VTuber I see on twitter.com. Yeah, that happens. What's up, man? I'm on twitter.com, I'm on bluesky.sky, I'm on yourmom.yourhouse. I'm in a lot of places. I'm not on Instagram, though. Fuck Instagram. Can you send the sketch you made to my DMs, please? It is in the Discord. Get it from there. My condolences if you're on my mom. No, it's okay. Somebody's got to take care of that, I guess. Who do you guys want to raid today? Matara's on, and she's never on at the same time. She's playing Crusader Kings 3. Moon Bitch is on. Issa is on. Octo is on. Boo the Rat is on. Never last when September ends. You know what? I'm gonna just toss you guys over to Matara today. I never get to raid Matara, and I really like her content, so I will raid her. She probably isn't gonna be on for very long, for much longer because she's already been on for 6 hours. I'm sorry that today was a short stream, but I ran out of steam. I ran out of steam, dude. I ran out of steam, dude. I ran out of steam. And if I keep going, oops, I missed it. Don't worry, I'll be here tomorrow as well. Don't worry, I'll be here tomorrow, probably on for longer, maybe. I don't know. If I keep going when I'm not feeling it, then I'm gonna start burning the candle at both ends, and that's just not good for anybody. So I'm gonna throw you guys over to where the fuck are you guys coming from? The Loags. Thanks so much for the follow. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I don't usually end this early. Again, I'm sorry. I'm feeling weird, so I probably should go and feel joy or hang out with my friends or whatever. Cause I ain't feeling it today. I also ate too much ice cream. And now I have to lay down on my back. All right. I'll see you guys later. All right. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm sorry. But tomorrow we'll just do more. We'll do more arts and shit. We'll do more arts tomorrow. More art tomorrow. More draw. I probably should do like Fallout, but I don't fucking feel like it, so we're not gonna do that. All right. Well, I'll see you guys tomorrow, and give Matara my love. I really look up to that woman. And yeah, I'm gonna go try to find equilibrium because I'm tired. I'm that kind of like emotional kind of tired. And it's not a good state to be on stream. But yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye.